then before the COVID-19 pandemic. And today, during the agenda that has been shared, we'll go through the history of EUROAVIA. We will present all the events that have been happening during the time of EUROAVIA. Then we will talk about the present and some of the contemporary challenges. We will go into what we have planned for EUROAVIA in the future as well. Again, my name is Leo. I am going to represent EUROAVIA as the president. And I'm going to give the word to Mattia to say some role.
So, as you know, I'm Avi from Zahit, Permanent Secretary of the International Board, and as a participant and also organizer of the last LUSTRUM Agenda, it's been quite a full circle now, like it closes up the LUSTRUM now, and really can welcome you all and to have now give you an insight about our organization. So, Malta, give you the word.
Thank you. We're really happy to have you all here and to explain the history of our association. We really hope that this is only one of the milestones that we're going to have in the future. So we're really happy to introduce you to panelists and different speakers so we're welcoming all alumni and the current people that are representing the global groups of working groups. So thank you all for being here, and we hope that you enjoy all the experience.
Okay, now, this day is an event celebrating the history of the association, celebrating the 65th anniversary, and we're going to be taking a journey through time. There's no better place to start than the beginning. The founding of EUROAVIA, and it's will be presented by Ghisellini and Chrysanthi. Elia is a master's degree student in system engineering, applied to international air transport. He has a great interest in apologies for that. First of all, I saw from the team, Dr. Zahit and Mecitoğlu.
Good morning. Okay. Dear distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and valued members of the European Association of Aerospace and students, it is a great pleasure that I warmly welcome you to Istanbul Technical University for the electoral meeting of the EUROAVIA Congress and the LUSTRUM Agenda. The meeting provides the opportunities to come here, share ideas, make important decisions, and celebrate the achievements of the community. EUROAVIA serves as a platform for the community to discuss and vote on key issues that will shape the future of organization. The meeting offers the opportunity for participants to reflect on their past accomplishments, assess their current status, and plan for the future with a shared vision and purpose. On the other hand, LUSTRUM brings together experienced individuals who have been part of EUROAVIA over the years. I would like to express my gratitude that some of them have made significant contributions to the aviation and space industry. LUSTRUM event allows the community to reconnect with old friends, with new connections, and inspire each other to career excellence. As the Dean of Aeronautics and as Faculty of Aeronautics and Astronautics, not the ITU, I am honored to address you all today. I encourage you to make the most of this unique opportunity, engage in meaningful discussions, and participate actively in the decision-making process. I wish you all a successful and productive electoral meeting and memorable LUSTRUM event. I would like to appreciate the team of EUROAVIA teams and for all of the sponsors for this successful organization. Also thanks all members and participants. Have a nice meeting and enjoying events. Thank you.
Up next, Stephan from Istanbul is going to present a small opening of his own. We would like to welcome our dear host to the floor.
Dear participants, welcome to our university. I am Elia, President of Istanbul. As Istanbul, we have organized many events since 2001. Compared to our relatively active first years, we have not participated in international events for 6 years due to COVID and some other things. When my colleagues and I were elected as a board members in mid-2023, our biggest goal for the future was to host LUSTRUM Agenda. Now we are here. It makes us proud to welcome you, our esteemed Europeans, to our beautiful city, Istanbul, after 6 years, and to be hosting you at a special event like LUSTRUM. Happy 65th University, welcome to Istanbul.
Presented by Elia, Ghisellini, and Chrysanthi, Elia is a master's degree student in systems engineering applied to international air transport. He has a great interest in advanced air mobility, air traffic management, and the environment. Discovered EUROAVIA in 2021, going to Toronto for Bologna. Then became president of his local group and was active in several international activities, including joining and organizing a new work group and representing EUROAVIA in multiple occasions. Sarasiti is a fourth-year mechanical engineering student at the National Technical University of Athens. She specializes in aviation and vehicle engineering. I remember for 4 years now. She served secretary of Athens for 2 consecutive years in the business years of 2021, 22, and 23. She's been a member of the Communication Work Group for 2 years now and was recently elected coordinator, overseeing the association's social media accounts, on the newsletters, and the annual magazine. Something? The floor is yours.
So, welcome everybody.
a history book task force. And we're here today to introduce briefly the history of our long and complex and articulated history of EUROAVIA, our association, starting from the very beginning of the association. So, EUROAVIA started in 1956. It was right after the Second World War, so Europe was scarred by the painful Second World War that really compromised European cooperation. So, a group of aerospace students that really believed in this ideal decided to meet together in Hagen and decided to start building again an European cooperation in order to unite aerospace students under a single flag and provide to them greater opportunities. This is how they started meeting, and after those 3 years of debate and discussion on what should be done, in 1959, EUROAVIA became a real association. And here we have our first version, Jeune. So, as you can see, EUROAVIA was very different from what we can see today. So, you can see at the top the local groups that founded EUROAVIA, so very few compared to today. And the structure was definitely different. It was a central committee, so this organizational board that was only with participants from a single local group. So it was not international, but it was a board that instead was international, and that has the role of monitoring everything. So monitoring that the central committee was doing this actual work. And finally, there was an expansion committee to support their activities, mainly to spread EUROAVIA in Europe, companies and students. And this is how, in the following decades, EUROAVIA started growing. It became more and more complex. So we can see that it started to be more articulated. We had the first working groups, so task forces of people that had to do particular tasks. So we have, for instance, the practical training center that would deliver training opportunities, practical training opportunities like internship to students, and also we had the EUROAVIA News, the official communication meeting for EUROAVIA. Then we had other groups like the expansion group and the financial group that would overview the more detailed legal stuff of EUROAVIA and its spreading throughout Europe. So this way, in this decade, EUROAVIA achieved its first meaningful achievements, such as the status that were translated in English, international language, and the means of the Congress to keep track of what were decisions. But not everything went well, because in the following decades, problems started to rise, mainly because EUROAVIA was founded on the ideal of European cooperation. But in the 70s, European cooperation started developing by itself. The industry and the association of the student, the organization decided that understood the importance of European cooperation, therefore EUROAVIA lost its very main value. And both the sponsors and the students started to become a bit uneasy in the association. This only enhanced some of the internal problems of the association, such as a very difficult communication and coordination through a growing and more complex association, and also some legal problems that made the EUROAVIA found inaccessible in a bank that was in Hagen. But then the main elements that we believe and we understood from the study of the history book is that the local group dimension, so the local dimension started becoming stronger and stronger, and an international identity was lost. And this was the main problem for EUROAVIA at that time. So after like 5 years in the 70s, we lost all documents about EUROAVIA, and maybe no more international things were held until 1984, when a group of local groups met together in the Congress of Kingston, and they understood again how EUROAVIA was important. They decided EUROAVIA had to come back. So they restored it, but a bit different, learning from the past. So first of all, they decided new aims and objectives for EUROAVIA. And then they wanted to expand EUROAVIA, they wanted to revitalize the local groups, and they wanted to bring the people together. This is why in those periods the fly-ins were invented. So international events that we all know today, with the purpose of reuniting people physically and creating emotions, creating connection and long-lasting friendships. EUROAVIA also had a new structure.
Because in the clients, there was a very debated topic. There was actually the structure of Arabia, how it should be, with a central committee or not, local groups centered or international centered and centralized. Well, after a long time discussion, in 1988, we actually decided that the central committee was to be established as the most efficient way of organizing Arabia. And the new status approved this international aspect, this centralized approach that would implement both the local side, so the local groups were actually quite independent, and the international side, the central committee, that would coordinate everything. But there were some debates. Is it better to have a local group, a central approach, or an international central approach? Well, this debate, this discussion stopped in 1989 when the Symposium Hypersonic was organized, and through the Symposium Hypersonic, EUROAVIA was presented for the very first time as a European association in the European environment with a unique international, transnational identity. And the people that were invited to the Hypersonic Symposium were so impressed by this that the Hypersonic Symposium was such a great success. And in the Congress of Aachen, called the Jubilee, to celebrate the 30th anniversary of EUROAVIA, there was no doubt that EUROAVIA had to have a single international identity. And this is how the identity was created. And this is how, in the next decade, EUROAVIA was founded the way we know it today. And we started to be structured the way we know it today. EUROAVIA affirmed in the 90s as a single, very relevant international association with its new bylaws and status that would confirm this legally, from the legal aspect, this international and transnational identity. And very relevant and impactful initiatives started in those periods, such as the design workshop. It was a workshop that would allow the students to put into practice what they would learn into the school and started designing models. Then the working group started to be more active and became permanent. No more those task forces that would probably work for a few times, but actually they were always there taking care of the task of the association. Then there was the problem of keeping the alumni inside the association. That's why the EUROAVIA former members association was initialized, so that the alumni could have a place and be in contact with the association, continue their activities. And also, in that period again, EUROAVIA was finally legally registered as an international European association. So it was no more an association of students, only that the student was actually recognized by the European Commission. It was a big step, because it allows EUROAVIA to access many of the advantages that the association had in Europe. And all these efforts that in the past decades, and these decades were recognized through European space travel. That EUROAVIA was rewarded for its work and for being the most impactful association in Europe for the students, specifically the students of aerospace engineering. But there were still some internal issues, because in that period we understand, we see from the means that there was a lack of the IB candidates. Maybe because the local group elements, the local component was still strong. And therefore, the IBs were restricted. They could not work properly because there were not enough people, and their tasks had to be reduced. And there were difficulties in organizing such the complex balance between the local and the international side that we all know about. An initiative called the Formation Project that had the purpose of enhancing the skills, the organizational skills of the EUROAVIANs is a clear idea. It gives you a clear view of the fact that EUROAVIANs had to grow their skill in the organizational aspect, because the association was getting, the management of the association was getting more and more complex and more hard for an association that was always expanding and becoming more and more complicated.
Moving on to the 2000s, we have many things that went really good. Starting on, we have new working groups, such as the Central Archive, EUROAVIA CV database, EUROAVIA Young Engineers, and the corporate relations. More specifically, in September 2000, we have the first formation project in Lisbon. And then, in the same year, we have the affiliate membership status with the European Space Agency. In the following years, many more memberships and partnerships were signed. Another really important milestone for EUROAVIA was in 2003 with the creation of the Air Cargo Challenge in Lisbon. It first started as a national event, but then in the 2007 it quickly became an international thing, and now we're really proud to have the 15th, I think, edition of ACC in Aachen this July. Moving on, we also have in 2005 the design workshop in Milan, but unfortunately this was the last time it happened. No, sorry, in 2006 it's the last time it happened in Norway. And then, to finish, for the millennium, we have the adoption of a new motto. Instead of fly high, that was in the past, we now have building the wings of the future, which is the one that we also use today. And now, to modern times, we see the evolution of EUROAVIA, and we're really proud that we have many new working groups, such as communication, affiliated societies, international events, innovation and development, human resources, design, and EUROAVIA training system. In 2010, we have the establishment of the 5-year rule that we use also now, and that was in AMER 2010 in Terrassa. Moreover, in 2012, we have the definition of Eurasian borders. Now, we are not only in Eurasia, but we are also outside of Eurasia. The local groups that are outside of Eurasia are called adjunct members, and some examples are Sarasiti and Cairo. Then, in 2017, we have our first adjunct member, as I said before, Sarasiti in Egypt. Last but not least, another important thing is that in ANER 2018 in Bremen, we have the approval of the new Eurasia logo, and now our color is blue, which in the past was green. To sum up, we are really proud to present to you EUROAVIA History Book. We gathered from all the History Book task force the clues and the history, and there you can see EUROAVIA's past, present, and future. You can also see the evolution of all the working groups. You can find an exclusive interview from former EUROAVIANs, and specifically from the founder of EUROAVIA. Then we have the history of almost all the local groups, some curiosities that will test your knowledge in EUROAVIA, pictures from the past, and of course, a breathtaking design. We really want to say that we're really proud that we took the initiative to make the History Group Task Force, because we believe that this will help our association set some goals and evolve. Because when we know our past, we cannot do the same mistakes, and we can evolve and be better in the future and be a more impactful association for the airspace. We dedicate this book to everyone, to the past generation, to this generation, and to the future generation. To the past generation, to reminisce their times there, and to see all the gaps that they are missing in the history. To this generation, to see how far away we have come, and to set some goals even higher for the future, and for the future generation, to see our work and continue this work even better than us. So, moving on, we are really proud, and we really urge you to buy this book, because we did it with a lot of effort, and I think it would be really nice. Yeah. So.
of EUROAVIA to be presented and moderated by Elia.
Thank you, everybody. So I would like to call on stage the panelists. So Stephan, Mr. Stephan Barlet. Thank you. And Mr. Mattia Maltauro. So just a brief introduction of our panelists. Stephan Barlet has been an active contributor in the founding of EUROAVIA Munich in 1988 and organizer of the Symposium on Hypersonics in 1989, the one that you heard about in the presentation. He shaped the association through the EUROAVIA statutes and bylaws, and by being the IB between 1990 and 1992. After working in MTU, Airbus, and Infinito, he currently is a self-employed consultant and runs two consulting companies. So thank you. For Mattia, is inside EUROAVIA since 2016. He led the PAS Padua for 2 years consecutively and served as IB secretary between 2018 and 2019. He attained his PhD from the University of Padua this year, and he's currently researching there and collaborating with international universities like UNC Charlotte in USA and industry on ISO GPS expertise. So thank you. You may take a seat.
May I start with a comment? I just realized that you selected blue as your color. I'm really happy. I always hated the green. We had discussions on HKS53 color. This was the old tradition. And I think the aerospace color is blue. Correct.
Even then, at one point, it was a hard work to change the color. Like, it took like 3 years of discussing inside the association just to change the color. I mean, and other probably 4 years to change the logo.
Well, the hard work pays off in the end. Alright, so we're here to talk about the evolution of EUROAVIA. So you have a brief introduction of our history, now let's debate about it. And in this panel discussion, we will address different topics, so the panelists will talk, but questions from the public are always welcome, so please guys raise your hand and you may talk and questions. Okay, so thank you for coming here. Let's talk about the relevance of self-motivation in volunteering association of students such as EUROAVIA. You people, you guys participated in very difficult years, and your efforts were very impactful in the association. So, for instance, for the Airbus Symposium. So you really showed that the volunteering is, and the energy from people can have a great impact on the association itself and on the environment, also European environment. So, could you please give us your point of view on this?
Okay. Well, I think this is the main issue. I mean, in a student organization, you have the people just for some use. So it's dreaming about a form of structure that people can get in, and then you will have the eternal life. I think it will work. Our experience was that you're not alone, and you dream of doing something. I mean, we were the first Western students students to be invited to today's Russia or Kazakhstan, and that wouldn't have been possible just by one person or two persons. It's many people contributing, and the spirit you get from that is really great. So it's having the opportunity to do something, but in the end, it's the cooperation of people, which is more than just the energy of one or two or three people. It's this fascinating thing, and then we get feedback. Yeah? We were invited by the government of Moldavia and donated an airplane to go to somewhere in Moscow. And it gives you a good spirit. Yeah? You're more than yourself, and that it is.
But for you, for instance, you been in AS Padua for 2 years. Nobody prayed for this, right?
Motivation is, I mean, the biggest and probably the main problem in each students' association. I mean, it was already said, and talking about motivation was probably the main topic on all of the congresses I have attended since 2016. And what I think is that if you are waiting for the motivation to come from nowhere, you will never be motivated to do anything. You need to, when you start doing something, when you start working for EUROAVIA, you find that inspiring, you find your motivation because you see that you're doing something valuable for the others, for the members of your local group, or working in a working group. You can see that you're doing something valuable for the association, and so you became motivated more and more. That was my experience actually. I wanted to have an experience since I was a student, and I had the feeling that I was just going to having classes and studying, nothing more. It was like a empty university experience back then. So I really wanted that they were founding AS Padua back then. And so I joined this group that attended my first international event in 2016. And I found out that this was the place I wanted to be. I wanted to do something for the other students, and that kept me motivated. Each year I was in EUROAVIA, up to becoming an IB officer and serving for 1 year as secretary for the institution.
In the Pursuit Symposium, for instance, we read that the sponsors were very impressed by the activity itself, by the fact that this activity was organized by students. And during your interview, you said something that struck me. There was EUROAVIA is driven by the self-motivation and by the energy of the students, and this is what makes it impactful, this is what makes it unique.
When you take big organizations, there are also people being motivated by their working in the structure. You're an engineer in Airbus, you're a board member of Airbus. You're always in the structure, and the structure helps you. But the people from industry fascinated. We were just fascinated by the idea. We wanted to do it, and they really loved it. Sometimes they had the impression they would like to be themselves in this organization because it was young people driving something. We were just convinced. And we received the feedback, and in the end, we compared, for example, this Hypersonics Symposium to professional congress companies. They said, 450 paying people going to a student congress, incredible. Yeah? And in the beginning, we didn't realize what we did. That we had this spirit, and this is what I wish everybody, because it's simply more than sitting there and doing aerodynamics and trying to get a good job and so on. So there is something more that is really great, and that drove the other scene. There was energy and power.
But there is a problem. It was both the beginning of the too impactful. We have so many examples. We all saw that. We are here. Why there is still a lack of motivation and a lack of DIB candidates? If the IB candidate should be, if the IB should be the example of the people that take actions for the solution.
Black and white comment. Being in the IB costs you 1 year of studies. And this is a calculation for yourself. I mean, for myself, it went off perfectly because I just got my job because I was president of the IB, but I didn't know that before. I mean, you try to do your best, and you spend a hell of a time trying to form up the framework, being a project, and so on, which is great. And you have to go for your exams, and it costs you simply time. And I think this is a personal calculation, at least that's my experience. It's not the responsibility. Of course, you feel that it is the time. Do you agree?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a lot of time that you need to put into, but for my personal experience, I was able to manage both EUROAVIA and my studies. I mean, I never skipped an excellence during my year as IB officer. It was just a matter of organizing my time, of course. When I was not studying, I was working for EUROAVIA. When I was not studying and not working for EUROAVIA, I was sleeping my 6 hours per day. And it was like that. But I just want to recall something that was said before. It's something that you're young, you really don't know what you're doing. You start doing that, you love it, and then passion for what you're doing actually drives you to work, to do more and more things. At least this was my experience. I mean, no one, I think at least was my experience. I was not ready when I joined the international board. I was not ready when I joined my first working group. I was definitely not ready when I became president of my local group. But then in the end, it worked out. I gained experience, and of course, you have always this feeling that you are actually ready for what you're doing when you're finished. That's normal. I think that, I mean, this thing was sent to me to an FMD member that came 2 years before me, and actually I agree 100% with you. It's something that you start without really thinking about it, and then you realize that you like it, and it kind of, for 1 year, it becomes your life. And it was probably one of the best experiences I've ever had.
May I comment to this? I was manager at Airbus and being really important. But the thing is that the first years I always said the most difficult and challenging job I ever had was being president of EUROAVIA. Because on top of you, there's just blue sky. If you do a bullshit job and people hate you, they just leave the company, the association, and if they love it, they are here. And in a company, people have to earn money, they have to feed their families, and so on. So you have something in your hand in your way, You just have the fascination and the people doing something together. And that was really interesting.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I work in academia, it's easier than everything I've done in EUROAVIA, because actually, EUROAVIA is like you're working kind of for yourself. I mean, you are your employer, and you need to motivate yourself. While when you are on the other side, I mean, there's someone paying you, you have a schedule to follow, and everything's easier. So it was really formative experience, everything I've done in EUROAVIA, because back then it was like I want to do it, and it was myself that was motivating to keep going. And when I started working as a researcher, I mean, it was like, okay, now it's easier because I know what I have to do.
And one point regarding the question of email is really good. You have your ideas, you do something, but being in the IB, you really represent a big organization. That means you're invited by the European Commission, your opinion representing this association that really counts. And this is much more than having some comments to your friends. So when the European Commission invited us about creating the future education system in Europe, I mean, they would have never invited me as a person. They invited me as a representative of EUROAVIA. So you have a big leader in the IB to contribute to the development of Europe or whatever your ideas are, because you represent a big and strong organization.
Okay, so you're going there to represent, you're going there as an individual, but you are impersonating an international identity of the association. So you could say that we are all united under the same international identity.
And when we go, for example, to the European community or to some national association, you always represent the European association. Me coming from Munich means this is the German guide with German ideas. But being in the IB, you represent the European idea. You can speak for Spanish people, not for Romanians, because we have no Romanians in these times. Not great that we have no, but great that there are so many. And this is really interesting. I like to be European, and in EUROAVIA, you are European. As a person, I come from Munich, Bavaria, Germany, and this is great. This inspires yourself.
But now there is a fact. So you said we saw the importance of the Energy and Science Association. We saw there were some problems. But now, for you specifically, has EUROAVIA given you a competitive advantage in your life after the association? And well, in your case, you were IB.
Yes, well, indeed, it's something related to what I was saying before. I mean, all the experience that I had in EUROAVIA is helping me day by day. I mean, just the fact that attending international events and being European, working with people from other countries, you learn different ways of thinking, different ways of actually behaving, and they become part of you, and you can understand better people that may come from the other side of the world, and it's easier communicating for this reason, and it's easy to understand even the points of a colleague, because it has another point of view, because it comes from different backgrounds, and it's really fascinating that before EUROAVIA, I mean, I've always been in Italy talking with Italian people there, and there was just this kind of closed mentality. But then, with all the activity in EUROAVIA, it just opened my mind. We are all different, and in our differences we complement each other, and we can look for aspects of colleagues from other parts of the world and benefit from their point of views and contribute even more in your daily work.
For me, I see three aspects. First is people see that you're thinking broader than others. Second, they see you have done something, so probably you will do something in the future organization is there. And third, for myself, I had a situation when my colleagues finished study, just three of us got the job of aerospace because we had real difficulties then. And in my job interviews, they simply didn't use the CV, they just had an interview they gave to Aeronautics, a French magazine of aerospace engineering, and this was, let's say, the legitimation that this is a guy who could contribute. So there is your spirit, and the thing is that the people see the experience you have made. This is not that easy to get along with people of other nationalities and culture, and they see you have proved it.
For us, people cook pasta in all the ways, so it's kind of hard to get along. Okay. Are there any questions from the public? Yes.
Hi, I'm I'm part of the AS working group, the coordinator of the AS working group, as well as representing the EUROAVIA Aero. First, I have a question on the DIB candidates in general, because we were saying that we are facing the problem of having less DIB candidates each time. But from the point you said it is it's about motivation and time management for the person who's doing it. But still, the problem is that it's still here. Like each year, there's a problem of having the candidates because there are very few. And I think in the next years, each time the numbers are diminishing, and like there will be time I think that we will not be able to find someone to be a DIB candidate. So what do you think is, how can we overcome this? How can we have more DIB candidates each time?
What is your impression why it is so difficult to find someone?
My impression is what I think. I think it's a problematic for the future of EUROAVIA, as the DIB candidates are they are the one who's like they are going to be and they are the ones who are going to be responsible for EUROAVIA, and without them EUROAVIA will not be able to function correctly, even with the structure of all of EUROAVIA. But the IB members are very crucial for the organization to work. So if we have problem with them, like if we have problem getting them, I think it's how can we continue?
Then I can understand it. I mean, what are the questions that you have running an association, local group or international one? You'd like to have a good idea. I think the idea is very good. So this should be the question. Second, you need to have motivated people. And the tendency in society, at least in Germany and the nations that I know, is that the younger people have, let's say, restraints to be fully adopted to any organization that could be a music club or football club or whatsoever. So this is a slight tendency that the people who work in EUROAVIA have this spirit. So this question shouldn't be the issue. So the next thing is you make your contribution, you put in your power and energy. You have that as a local question and an international one. Maybe the international organization is a little bit more formal, because you have to do some paperwork and so on. I think this is manageable. And the fourth one is getting money for the organization, and the question is how this is organized. So this maybe causes some administrative questions, but the rest is responsibility, contribution, and you can do something, so you get a much bigger lever to what you're doing. So I do not understand why it is so difficult to get people for the IB.
Yeah, I can bring my experience during the years before COVID. Actually, I had like the impression that the role of IB was seen as a role of full responsibility. Of course it is, but it was seen as you will be like overwhelmed by the responsibility. And I think there is also probably a problem right now in society in general related to this. We are young people, I mean, we are students, the university, and have this feeling that at least during the last 20 years, the one that I experienced as a young kid and as a student, society is telling young people that they are not ready to do anything in the world, that the old guy needs to take care of everything, and have this feeling that people, even in Saudi Arabia, has this feeling that they cannot do it. They need more experienced people to take care of that. But, I mean, we are young, we are here, we are in Arabia, we are in a citizens association. We do not need to be afraid to make mistakes. I mean, I made mistakes during my year as I did mistakes even before, and I'm keeping doing mistakes. I mean, we grow because we commit mistakes and we learn from them. So, I mean, probably you as students, as a member of the association, need to be less afraid of consequences. Actually, there are not consequences almost in running the association. I mean, it's not like designing an airplane. If you make mistakes, a lot of people will die. Here it's easier from this point of view.
Okay. So I guess we could conclude this by saying, I guess one thing that we started about Sanitabo, so that the lack of DIP is just the most visual thing, but then it's just a consequence, and the motivation comes from now. And if we have the motivation, we can be ready, and we are here because we are motivated.
Great. Yes.
Okay. So I thank you for participating. Obviously, the time was not enough to have a thorough discussion through this very long and complex topic. So please feel free to continue discussion on the coffee break. Thank you.
As was previously mentioned, our coffee break will now follow, and because we are short on time, of course, and we want to be on schedule as we are right now, I would kindly request that everybody is back in this room by 11 o'clock sharp, please. Thank you very much. You can, of course, ask any questions if you've got no answers to the presenters during this coffee break. Presented by Bisag. He's an aerospace engineering graduate from the University of Bucharest, Systems. He's also the founder and the general director of the EUROAVIA Space Initiative, and he served as president of ASRW from 2017 all the way through 2019. Additionally, he was involved in the Innovation and Development Working Group and the Company Relations Working Group. Balazs, over to you.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm really happy to be here after all these years in front of the EUROAVIA General Assembly Congress somehow. So, is this working? So we will discuss a little bit about the European space sector, as there were some debates and there are some debates in which Europe is more about aviation or it's more about space. I don't know what you feel about it. We also had some discussions yesterday during the let's call it welcome gathering. So So I have a pretty small slot that I like to talk about, so I'm going to try to go to different things. So I will tell you a little bit more about me, more than you told, but not so many about my regular activity, a little bit about the space ecosystem and some opportunities. And considering different discussions that I've heard during these days around here, I added a new point about productivity, and I also recall some points regarding the panel that we had. And in the last phase, I have a short surprise for you. So, first, things that there wasn't mentioned. So somehow, now I'm working in air traffic management, but I started in technology development in a small company, as I'm pretty passionate about space. But is that a metaphor with a baby shark? If you put it in an aquarium, it's gonna be just like the aquarium is bigger. So I decided somehow to jump in the ocean, and I joined the telecom business in a corporation. And after that, I went back to the aerospace as I'm really passionate about it. Also, after finishing the EUROAVIA activities, I wanted to continue with let's call it service to the society. So I founded an NGO and also a startup because I'm really passionate about education, about aerospace tech, and making the world a better place in my ways and how. Regarding the EUROAVIA activity, I can tell you that EUROAVIA was the best thing that happened to me during my bachelor studies. I've been part of both local activities. Like I've been the president for 2 years in Bucharest, and I tried somehow to adapt the association to the needs that the students had at that time. And we started technical activities, hands-on stuff, because during that days there were so much. And also internationally, I've been part of two working groups, trying to be there for the whole European movement. And also I've been in the organizing team for the MAC in 2016, and the first train of trainers, which was in 2018. So, why I chose space? Because aerospace is so broad, and I want to share with you this moment. It was somewhere in my third year. I was studying for an aerodynamic course, and I was on the second screen with the launch from SpaceX. I don't know if you would remember this moment. Oh, cool. So this moment was really inspiring for me, seeing that an individual constructed a company, a private one, and he launched his car into space. And I was like, that's pretty inspiring. So I'm gonna pursue this career in this part. Because before this I was considering more the aviation part, the helicopters and so on. So about this amazing space industry, it's like, in my opinion, it's a baby that just finished the baby kindergarten and now is going to school from an industry point of view. So I think for us, in which we are pretty young, it's a great opportunity to considering that in the past these activities can double or triple from turnover point of view, but also from activities. Another point is all this shift in mentality. Like the space industry was somehow owned in the past only by governments, so the only space activities were done by public money and so on. But now we are talking about ventures of space startups like SpaceX, Barlet, and so on. So basically, the whole mentality changed a little bit. We have this new concept of CubeSats, which are pretty affordable compared to the big satellites and so on. And we as students can easily start a CubeSat project within our group association and so on. And also another important stuff, the billionaires who left the yachts for rockets. As you may know, the most rich people from the world are active in the space industry. Like I'm talking here about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson, and so on. So yeah, for sure it's just a start in my opinion, but let's go further in some things. Think about this. In the past, the space technologies were just for governments and so on, but now you have it in your pocket. If you have the last version of the iPhone, you have direct satellite communication if you want to with Starlink and so on. Also, okay, we are talking about space, but space is split in different other parts. So it doesn't matter if you want to go into satellite manufacturing or ground operations. There are a lot of activities there, even launch, because yeah, we will need forever rockets to go to the space. But it's important field. That one of satellite services, if you see, it's a pretty big one. So basically, creating value with the infrastructure that we already have on orbit. Now, more broad, let's say, perspective about the space, from a long implementation time span to a short one, and so from business model, from business point of view to a business to consumer point of view. There are a lot of options for you guys if you want to pursue this field. Like from space tourism, as you may know, and I will mention a little bit, through more far-fetched like asteroid mining and so on. So I think you should consider somehow, as you are most of you, during your studies, learning about different things about space, because I don't know, your university program, if you have dedicated courses or not. As yeah, we are from all around Europe, and there are different ways of organizing the faculty. So yeah, you may know that the origin is already providing for a very, very high cost, but commercial space flights. And yeah, another point that I think is important for you guys to consider regarding space is this technology transfer. As in the pursuit of humanity to go to the moon and to other planets, we develop things that we thought that are not possible somehow. But after we use them for just once, we look at them and we're like, they're going to provide us value on the Earth. So these are some examples. Like, I don't know if you know that the Bluetooth speakers were invented considering the space activities, and also the mobile phone cameras, or the baby formula, because it was the first iteration of national food, and so on. So yeah, being part of this space journey can help also the activities on Earth, also the German station. It was first used on the space stations and so on. And now this is a call to action somehow. If you, I don't know, if you want to consider the research or technology development part, maybe to look for the new technologies that we will need to develop, like I don't know, vertical farming or recycling. As this is quite niche in some zones of our planet Earth. I think about, I don't know, different sides of South America or even Africa, in which the water is a real problem. So using maybe the different things that we developed for space purpose, we we can improve the life on Earth. And yeah, it's worth mentioning the Melissa project, in which they try to circulate the resources as much as possible, and then try somehow to make a small habitat for making the life sustainable and so on. And also here another point, as yeah, we are talking about sustainability pretty much these times. Think about on the International Space Station, they are recycling almost 90% of the water, which is great. But yeah, we here on Earth we tend somehow to waste our resources, and maybe we can have a look at how we are doing this. Another important thing is this part about using these situ resources. As yeah, we want to go to the moon, we want to go to Mars and so on, but we cannot carry us different construction machines and so on, or materials, so we need somehow to learn to create things with the materials that we have near us. And in this field were a lot of researches, and it's quite a good trend into this, to use exactly the things that you have around you in order to do the activities properly. And yeah, I chose to show you this experiment of a 3D printed block from a material similar to the lunar record. I don't know if you've seen it, but for me it's quite impressive. I also have a background in structural mechanics and so on, so maybe that's why I find it so cool. Another thing, I don't know if we have more software guys, electronics and so on, this autonomous operation is also a very important thing, also on Earth and in space. Think about this, we cannot go to control missions to deep space, like Voyager and so on. We cannot control them manually, like in real time. So they need to have a real autonomous grid in order to operate. And this is also a technology that can be easily transferred to activities here on Earth, like we all discussed about self-driving cars and so on. And there are some activities. Bisag is doing things with Prof on this one, and also there is this experiment with spheres on ISS, which is basically trying to coordinate three different bodies with the laser trackers in order to somehow to align themselves for different maneuvers on orbit. But yeah, it was quite a marathon. I want to add this, considering other discussion that we have. Somehow, it's within our as EUROAVIans to adapt to the environment that we have. So this is a statistic from a survey made by UK Space Agency within the companies. So most of the companies consider that we are not prepared for the work industry or the work activities when we finish university. So somehow we need to adapt and enhance maybe our experience, formal education in university. So maybe this is a good call to action to really to adapt to the industry needs. And yeah, these are somehow the main important skills that the industry demands. Okay, it's about UK, but I think it's quite transferable to the other countries as well. So, and this is also the case in the fact that the impact on software and data analysis is not so important. Like I studied and I had just 2 programming subjects, and that was all. And yeah, I think even if we are going through, I don't know, more structural things or others, we should consider also learning some Python and so on. So yeah. Also some far-future things, as direction, maybe you can consider autonomous servicing, removing the satellites from the orbit, as there are so many there now. Or, as I told you before, downstream applications, considering the satellites that we already have there. Or adoption of new operation models in day-to-day activities. Because yeah, we try to develop a lot of things, and yeah, we doing most of them waterfall, but sometimes we can do them incrementally and iteratively. So yeah, the value is more present there. Oh, cool. So I don't know how I'm with the time. I hope it's okay. So this is the call to action to productivity. So if you see something that is around, and you are not quite, let's call it, okay with it, be better, I think about starting yourself to solve the problem with the resources that you have. You are amazing people which are part of your European network. You have a lot of students and other individuals in your back. You have alumni, you have companies, and so on. So somehow, I think the responsibility is in your hands, somehow, to change and to make the world a better place. And as an example, I'm going to talk with you a little bit about my personal story about productivity, and after I finish my EUROAVIA activity. So somehow the work doesn't end when your activity in EUROAVIA ends. Somehow I'm telling this really often when I meet EUROAVIans. Once you are EUROAVIan, you are forever EUROAVIan in your own way, even if you are back to EUROAVIA or not. In my case, it was founding another organization, another association, more related to space, as somehow we thought and we think that the Romanian space ecosystem should be somehow developed. And we had different discussions with the space agency and so on. But we, as students back then, we thought that, okay, we are going to do it ourselves. And we created educational programs, technical projects, we are developing now CubeSat. We have competition for CanSat with some of us. We discussed a little bit yesterday night about CanSat. So yeah, and also very important community events. So all across Romania, we are meeting professionals, students, high school pupils, and general public which is just interested about the space, and we meet each other and so on. I already told about this. So yeah, I've done this with an amazing team for 5 years, and we managed to do some things around here. But I think the most important part, and for you somehow the surprise, is that we have a space sector course, something like that, which is basically the alphabet in working into space. So we have an introductory course which is available now on our platform. Scan this QR code, you can enroll right away. It's fully English, so it's not Romanian or something. And after that, if you want to go on a deep dive into space system engineering, space mission design, stuff like this, you will have a second course which will be launched in a few days. And if you graduate, then maybe you might join us in Bucharest, because we want to organize something like a hackathon of 3 teams of 10 to create a space mission from a technical and business point of view. So yeah, basically that was my presentation. I don't know if we have time for questions, but it was a great pleasure, and I'm so glad to be here back. Okay, so we have 5 minutes. Do you have any questions? Yes. It's working this one.
Transition.
So, you mentioned actually in your presentation, I think for your presentation, in 2030, the space sector will be around 1.6 billion.
Yeah.
Yes, and you in this pie in sector, and what do you suggest for us, for example, to which areas are open to investigate and which areas to open to better to we can enroll? For example, you mentioned in there the software, and software are an open area for us. So do you suggest anything to investigate and improve ourselves?
Good question. I would say it's important to understand the space context and the space environment itself, as it's working through different rules and the other activities at first. And then I think you should do whatever you're passionate about. So if you're passionate about mechanical engineering, why not do that? Because space, it's not like an industry, it's more like a context. Maybe you're passionate about law or medicine. And if you think about another context in which you can apply that, that can be space somehow. So So yeah, my call to action to you is to follow your passion and the things that make you wake up in the morning without any snoozing of the hours, and then you can consider the environmental issue. You're better. Other questions? Don't be shy, come on.
So you said that this is space sector is something which we can invest ourselves a lot, and especially if we want to change things. There are a lot of problematics now on the Earth surface, and how do you address this maybe controversy of spending so much money into space when there are so much projects that are useful and are not financed on Earth? Thank you.
A very good one. Yeah, this is the usual debate that I have with my friends which are not part of the engineering guild or aerospace guild. So think about this. Okay, it's a money allocation problem, but there are some states which are not allocating money to space, so much money to space, like in Romania, for example. We do not allocate so much money to space. Like, I think our contribution to ESA is something around 30 million euros per year, which is very, very few. But yeah, I think it's a matter of prioritization. So if you're aiming for space, it doesn't mean that you're not aiming for sustainability or other stuff. You know? So it's not like I have 10 euros and I need to invest them there or there. You know, in a state and public allocation budgets, yeah, they basically create money somehow. So it's important for them, I think, to have awareness about these activities. And yeah, for sure, there can be some technology developed for space which can use them on Earth. Because think about this, space exploration is, I think, the hardest thing that humanity ever did. Like in 1969, we put a man on the moon with no supercomputers, with hand calculations and so on. After that, there was also disruption in all other industries and so on. So yeah, it depends, I think, on a personal level. If you are inspired by it, why not? You can persuade, if not, sure, just observe it and be there as a supporter. Because I think it's a global humanitarian challenge there. And yeah, from space, the borders are not there, we are just humans on a big rock. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so after this beautiful presentation about the European Space System, let's move on to our history lesson, this time on Aeronautics and Astronautics by ITU Professor Sevinç Asilhan. She is a professor at the Istanbul Technical University, where she had her PhD in meteorology and engineering. Her research spanning hydrometeorological modeling, extreme weather, and climate change. Postdoc work at Florida State University brought her interests to include dynamic modeling, renewable energy forecast, and atmospheric neural networks. She teaches enhancing atmospheric understanding. I'm sure we can all agree this is a great presentation. The floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, I would like to say welcome to our campus. I'm going to talk about first about our faculty. It's going to be actually short introduction for our faculty. I guess, yes. So, I'm sorry. If I could start with the University of Istanbul Technical University. The university mission is here, as you can see. The educate qualified people for the future and respond to the needs of society. So by this mission, university, actually if you look at the roots of the university, it is established 1773. So we have been celebrating 251st years in just educating and researching till now. So if I go to time period of the university timeline establishment to today, as I said, it has been a long history, educating engineering, brilliant minds in engineering fields. If I go to look at we are right now in the campus, one of the main campus, but we have different campus around Istanbul in the city. So education, some numbers related with the university, our university. As you can see, a huge number actually is educating students around, not right now, 30,000 students, undergraduate students around, and graduate level students. As you can imagine how many students engineering we are having. So this is the some research and education institutes, and also we accredited by the international commission. So and as we can see that our students are student clubs and teams members of EUROAVIA as well. So if I go to some actually really good remarks about today society actually. Our campus, this campus, one of the green campus in Europe, it is selected as one of the green campus. It is very good about our students and our society as well. So if I come to our faculty, if I say something related with our faculty actually, our faculty disciplines, departments established differently. They started with the branches in different faculties. And then 1980s, all three departments come together as a faculty of Aeronautics and Astronautics. So in this timeline, we having brilliant students, and brilliant distinguished professors, researchers, scientists. Even you just, I said, the faculty established 1980s, but the other branches established before 1980s. So in the faculty, we have three departments, as you may heard of. Aeronautical engineering, astronautical engineering, and meteorological engineering departments we have. I'm not going to each one of the history actually, but mainly, shortly I just mention about that. If I go to each one of them, what they are working, what they are researching mainly, as you can see, we have been using modern technologies, modern calculation, numerical simulations in our faculty, both teaching and educating and using all these tools with our students. You are seeing in this slide that what could be the science research areas in our faculty, what we have been studying. Research and development, some main stone actually. I can tell that our faculty and our university as well, we are making marks on some research, scientific development. One of these, as you can see, one of the satellites just firstly produced in our faculty and in our country actually. And this happened in 2009, and we just launched this study as a CubeSat, firstly from our faculty, studied our faculty. This is one of them. As you can see, through department's research area, I'm going to go through these all research areas. We are already seeing what they are, and also in these research areas we have facilities such as you are seeing here, different facilities to study, research, and educate in our faculty. I'm sure when you come to our faculty next days, you may ask to our club, as your member, you are going to be guests in our faculty. So you may visit by asking responsible researchers in the lab, and you may visit these research labs in our faculty. So some example you are seeing here to study aeronautics, astronautics, space, aerospace, meteorological engineering. So you may have an idea, the different areas is starting from the Earth surface to space, wide range of study you can do in study, educate, and research in our faculty. So we have, as you can see, this is the partners. When our students graduated, they are being the employee in the wide range of the aerospace area. As I said, it's starting from the scratch by modeling, simulating, by using numerical studies, so on, or producing different type of aerospace, aircraft parts, so on. And we have, as you are seeing, the strategic partners right here. It's changing, and it is, as I said, a very wide range of partners, strategic partners we have also. The distribution of the graduates of aerospace, our graduates, just having some percentage in this picture, in this slide. As you can see, mainly they are working on the airline companies and others as well. So, international accreditation and relation, we have Erasmus and other international programs where our students can visit or our guests come to our faculty. So another remark, actually, I would like to make some, again, very active, we have very active students also. We are having different clubs. Actually, as I told you, the wide range of the clubs and the teams. Our students, when they are studying undergraduate, at the same time they are also working with their teams or clubs. One of them just here, they are very active as well. So I'm going to complete my presentation, but I would like to say some words about it today, if you let me do. So, again, today it is very honored and privilege that I stand before you today, opening this ceremony. And this is a very special event, as I know that. One is LUSTRUM and another EUROAVIA Congress. So these two special events, when I was here, I'm very honored to be here as well. This gathering, actually, united by our passion for aviation and aerospace. We embark on our journey that not only shapes the future of your organization, but also holds the potential to inspire generations to come. Some of your colleagues just mentioned, we are standing here, inspiration, generation to come as well. In that vast expanse of skies, where dreams take flight and boundaries dissolve, EUROAVIA stands as an inspiration of innovation, collaboration, and excellence. For decades, your organization has been at the forefront of fostering talent, nurturing inspiration, and advancing the frontiers of aerospace. And today, as we come together to chart course of the future, we reaffirm your commitment to these ideals with unwavering determination. As we embark on the electoral process that will shape the leadership of your esteemed organization, let us remember fundamental values of unit integrity, comprehensive and relentless pursuit of excellence. The individuals who will be entrusted with guiding EUROAVIA into the future must embody these principles. Serving champions, of progress and advocates for every member of EUROAVIA diverse community. In this spirit of collaboration and friendship, let us embrace the diversity of perspectives and experience that enrich our collective journey. Together, we possess the knowledge, skills, and patience to overcome any challenge, seize every opportunity that comes our way. As we gather today for this Congress to celebrate this special event, let us pause to reflect on the incredible journey that has brought us to this moment. In the realm of aerospace and aviation, our past is testament to human imagination, our present a canvas for innovation, and our future a promise of sustainable and progress. Actually, I am sure you are aware of that. One of question come to, we are facing the challenge in the Earth's surface, but we are thinking about the space. How could we? So, the challenges we face from climate change to resource depletion in the Earth, in this our spaceship actually, demand nothing short of bold, transformative action. It is mandatory upon us as leaders or future leaders, these brilliant minds and visionaries in the field, to chart course towards a sustainable future for aerospace and aviation. Let us harness the power of innovation to develop cleaner, more efficient technologies that minimize our ecological footprint. Let us embrace collaboration across borders and disciplines to drive forward the adaptation of sustainable practices and policies. And let us never lose sight of our responsibility to future generations who will inherit the legacy of our actions. As we mark this important occasion, let us confirm our commitment to building a future where aerospace and aviation thrive in harmony with our planet. Together, let us rise to the challenge, inspired by the boundless possibilities that await us on the horizon. In closing, I extend, you can imagine how this moment by sharing all these thoughts with you, it is, as I told you, a very important moment as a Philip as well. Also, you can imagine. In the closing, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you, your brilliant mind, dedication, your patience, and your solid commitment to the ideals as a brilliant minds of EUROAVIA. May this Congress be a testament to our shared vision, our shared values, and our shared determination to soar to new heights of excellence by facing all these challenges on Earth and space for humanity. I would like to thank you to my faculty club, head of the club, Begerhan, and Rabia, Beyza, and Fatih. I can say some words about them. They have been preparing everything for you, just looking opportunities, how this event can take place, how it could be perfectly start and end. So I would like to thank them for their hard work, and thank you, Elia, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your amazing presentation. I feel like we have time for one or two good questions if anybody wants to ask any. Any questions about the presentation that was just given to us? We shy guys. Good.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Presented by Prieto, full name, of course. Former EUROAVIA president of the business year 2018-2019, who served multiple roles in EUROAVIA for 4 years, I think it's more than that. I think it feels more than that. She coordinated the Sarasiti Biology Working Group, who later became the REC Working Group, which is now back to Sarasiti Biology. Before becoming an IB president in the business year of 2021-2022, and then the vice president in 2022 and 2023. She is now pursuing a second year of a PhD in Monera, researching reducing fuel consumption via experimental aerodynamics, focusing particularly on surface roughness effects on boundary layer transition. So, Vicky.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction, Stamatis. So, as Stamatis said, first of all, thank you all for being here, and it's my pleasure to be here today. As he said, I've been in EUROAVIA for a couple of years now, so I have covered many of the years I'm going to talk to you about, so I hope I'm not going to bore you. I'm going to try to tell you a little bit of the story. And we are going to talk also about some of the challenges that we have faced and some of the challenges that we are currently facing. We have already discussed about some of them during the first panel, so I'm sorry if I'm going to repeat myself, but I think if it's important to understand properly what challenges we have actually in EUROAVIA in order to be able to work in the future. So, we have covered from 1959 to 2018 in the first presentation, and now, as I said, we are going to cover from 2019 until 2024, so the last 5 years, from LUSTRUM in April 2019 to the LUSTRUM in March 2024. And later on, Leo is going to deliver a presentation on the future in the area and also what are the next activities for our association. So, starting from the beginning, we have separated the timeline in pre-COVID and after COVID because I think that we all can think of what is one of the major challenges that we have faced in EUROAVIA. So, in pre-COVID times, we start in April 2019 and we have the 60th anniversary of EUROAVIA. This was after 2019. Some of you were there, some of you weren't. But for those who were, remember this event like a big success. And after that, before COVID arrived, they actually had some challenges that they had to face, and one of the biggest challenges that I was told about by the IB at the time that, for example, Mattia was part of, was the need for stabilizing the situation with the ETS working group. For those who don't know, the ETS working group is the European training system of EUROAVIA that focuses on the soft skills, and it was created in the early years. I don't know exactly the foundation, maybe the trainers can tell me exact year. Yeah, it just kind of blurry. So in 2019, they realized that they needed to formalize
EUROAVIA, but this was not really well defined. So they needed to formalize it and sign the first agreement stating that ETS working was officially part of EUROAVIA and therefore they had an obligation to communicate with the international board. And this was done during 2019. Then they also made some big efforts in order to recover the content with Airbus. In the past, until 2018 actually, we as EUROAVIA were sponsored by Airbus every year, but like a general sponsorship. We received the money and we used it for EUROAVIA matters. However, the content was lost, and they put huge efforts in order to recover this content. Although they didn't manage to recover the global sponsorship, they did manage to create a new international event or project, mostly, fully funded by Airbus, so with some help from EUROAVIA, of course. And this led to the first edition of what today is the Airbus Explosion Rocket Workshop. That is one of the most important competitions that we currently have in EUROAVIA. And the first final was in July 2019 in Palmas, Greece. And then other challenges that they faced was related to money. Okay, it was a pleasure, of course, after a lot of effort, that EUROAVIA was granted from the European Commission, of course, but with money comes responsibility, and it was kind of a very big challenge to know how to manage this money and how to allocate this money for the different international events, mostly, and more importantly for congresses. So they faced this difficulty, and I believe that although they had some issues at some points, they managed to establish a procedure in order to, well, properly manage this money. And this leads me to the end of the pre-COVID area that was in March 2020, with the last physical international event before COVID that was in Belgrade. That I believe was not impossible. Literally, this event took place and ended in the 14th of March 2020. So, before COVID. It's literally before COVID. So now we move on to COVID times. From 2020 to 2022. I don't have to talk to you about what COVID was. We all know it. We all lived it. We had to adapt. And with this confinement, some issues came, especially for EUROAVIA, all international events, physical international events were cancelled, obviously, because we could not get out of our houses. How would we go to international events? And so, with this cancellation of all physical international events, times of uncertainty arrived. We didn't know what was going to happen. Was EUROAVIA going to survive? Wasn't it going to survive? Today we know that it survived, but at the time we didn't know it. And in general, the admins in EUROAVIA at some point was a little bit anxious because of this uncertainty. But we managed to adapt and to survive, most importantly. So we moved on to what we call the online phase. So, okay, we couldn't have any international events physically in any different country, but we could do them online. Each of us were all at our homes, so we had a lot of time actually. So we started organizing different online international events. And so the first congress, that was the XML 2020, was held online in May 2020. And it wasn't the last one, unfortunately. Then we did also some training events, such as the first online training wave or the EUROAVIA Odyssey. And I know that some of you that are here joined EUROAVIA thanks to this event. So this is a proof that these efforts that were made during the COVID phase, instead of saying yes, there is COVID, we won't do anything, we will just wait. Instead of doing that, we just kept working, we just kept adapting. And I think that's what actually saved EUROAVIA. We also had an event that was called EUROAVIA Nathnael Association, in which we had a cooking night where, as you see, they were cooking tortilla, it was tortilla, and they did it online during the confinement. Then we also, well, not the confinement, it was later, but still there were people at their houses. And we had also another online event that was the ASRW 2021. That I really did because it's quite special for me. It was the event in which I was elected for my first international award, and that was also historically the first full female lastly, we had the first online TNT, that is an event in which the new trainers are trained in order to become part of the ETS squad. But apart from that, we can say then that we created an online community, like an online family. We have to adapt. And with this regional online community, we also, for example, created the EUROAVIA Discord server now. So we were not only meeting in online international events, but we were also meeting in our spare time. I remember spending nights with friends from EUROAVIA, just playing games online, just to meet, to keep talking, since we couldn't actually meet in person. And also, a new project was born during this period, that was a hackathon. It was an online hackathon, that is the predecessor of what we today call the idea. So, although we managed to survive, this was not a situation that we could have in the long term, okay? An online EUROAVIA, I think it's manageable during 1 year, 1 year and a half, but we started to see that there was an increasing lack of motivation, and also we are losing some of our traditions. That is also something very important in EUROAVIA. So with this lack of motivation, we, as IBA at the moment, but of course we have all the working groups, we decided that we needed to come back to physical events. We tried to plan and take some risks. We had to plan everything until the very smallest detail, just to be sure that in case there were a problem, we were going to be able to overcome the system. So, for example, what we did is that in our business and financial plan, we usually have 3 phases. So, worst case scenario, best case scenario, and all case scenario. But we added a 4th one, that was a COVID case scenario. So, what happens if, for example, we are refunded? What happens if we have to cancel some events because of this? So it was a new thing that we added. And with this, we also created some protocols for international events in case, for example, somebody was affected, and then what do we do, etc. So we try to plan everything to every single detail. Fortunately, we didn't have to use it, but we had it. And so I believe that was this efforts that we made that made us being capable of taking the risk of going on and organizing our first international event, physical international event, after 2 years. So, this event was between March and April 2022 in Bucharest, and it was 2 years ago. It was the Elia 2022. After this, many more events came, such as the flying in Dresden, the flying also in Tampere, the Hot Wheels Symposium in Cocelli, or the flying in Paris. And these are just some examples of the events that we have. I mean, I see some faces because you're recognizing yourselves in the pictures, but yes, these are some of you. But also, we also did some active working group member recruitment, because between these 2 years we passed online, our old members left, so we needed to recover this manpower in order to make EUROAVIA again. So what we did also was that we managed to not only recover the old projects such as the Airbus workshop that was funded in 2019, but also create new projects. And we actually created many new projects. We started with the mentoring program, whose first edition was in January 2022, and now we are going to go for the 3rd one. The first physical final of the Slushy workshop in Terrassa in July 2022, in collaboration with Airbus, of course. In August 2022, we organized the ACC in Munich. Then we organized the first edition of LUSTRUM Agenda. This one was an online event, but it was super successful, and now, if I'm not wrong, the international board is organizing the 3rd edition, We have also the first edition of the PACE contest in collaboration with PACE. And also the second, another final of the Solution of the Workshop 2023, the first edition of the DFM in Terrassa and Munich this past year, and lastly, the last edition that we have had of Future Beyond. So, not only did we recover, but I think that we managed to come back even stronger. So, it was something that was done thanks to the help I mean, thanks to the efforts of everybody that was working at the time, still working in EUROAVIA, and most importantly, the workers without whom it would not have been possible to do this. But of course, not everything was perfect. Okay? There are some issues, always. There are always issues, and we have to be aware of them. So, we have been discussing about this a lot, so I'm going to repeat it again. We have had an increasingly lack of DNA candidates to the point that in at the end of my first year as IB, so in Napoli 2022, I'm starting to mix a little bit the dates because, 2 years, I don't know exactly when each month was, but it was in October 2022. Francesca Versa, that was the secretary of the IBA, was president, and myself, we had to stay for a second year in order to make EUROAVIA continue existing because we didn't have enough candidates to have EUROAVIA, to have a complete work. So this was an actual problem, and it was a very difficult situation at the moment. Those who were there can remember how intense the discussions were on how we surpass this problem. We did it, we stayed for another year, and we managed to keep EUROAVIA. Now we have a new IB, and we have new candidates, but of course it's a problem that we need to address urgently, I believe. I know that we have discussed about this in the past a lot, but it's something that if we keep on this direction, it will become critical, because not everybody will be willing to stay over here in IB because of personal reasons, or because it's impossible for them, or no reason at all. Then we also identified the need for flexibility. So flexibility can be very general, but here I'm focusing more on that. During the COVID times, we basically lost a lot of sponsors and partners because we were not doing international events, we were not doing physical projects, we were doing online events, but of course, companies have all their problems in mind rather than focusing on student association. So we need to put a lot of effort in finding new partnerships and sponsorships. We managed to actually increase the number of partners and sponsors, but still we need to keep working on that. I'm sure, I know that the current IB is putting all their efforts on this. But also we need to keep reinforcing our structure and our projects, because, for instance, I was talking about the ACC earlier, but even though it is a new event, there are some problems of communication with the local organizations, so these type of problems need to be addressed in the proper manner, and sometimes it's not easy to do that. For instance, that's the biggest problem we have had with projects in the past years. I think that since Mattia's war, so 2018-2019, was already a problem. So, and then, lastly, we have that in order to make the internal situation very more stable, we did two things. We changed the status in October 2022, because as you may or may not know, we have the same status since 1999, that of course didn't adapt to the way EUROAVIA was working nowadays. So in October 2022, we accepted the new status, and not only that, but also in the last congress in October 2023, we proposed and accepted what is called the 5-year plan. I'm not going to give you any details on it because that's sales work, but just one last thought. So, what are our current challenges and summary credit now? So, we have talked about the lack of candidates and the turnover that comes with it, but also, I haven't addressed this, but we have talked about the lack of motivation in our students, in our members. This is also something that we see in the participation in certain events, international events and projects. The reality is that right now there are so many things to do. We have so much offering that it's very difficult to choose. So we have to make our events maybe more attractive towards not only companies for potential sponsorship, but also the members, because we saw it that sometimes for events that are amazing, we struggle having some new participants there. And so, I don't know, it says that when you are offered, you have 5 options, you cannot do it all. So you have to choose them. If we don't make our events a little more attractive, this is going to mean that some of our page will end up disappearing at some point.
then we also have that one of the challenges that we addressed in the 5-year plan was that we need to align with the European framework. I will let them talk about that later. And lastly, that we need a more established financial situation. Okay? We do not have nowadays any general responsibility that is directly giving money to EUROAVia, and we are still surviving on the money of the European grants that were earned in 2017-2018. We can live with it for a few more years, but I believe that we need to have a big income coming in EUROAVia in order to be able to survive in the case of something big comes, problem comes, and we have to have this money to save us in the future in case we have any problem. And of course, invest this money. When we have this money, we'll be able to invest it in bigger events, bigger projects, and in the association itself. So, what are the solutions? For that, I will let them present you key solutions or ideas that we have had in the past years in order to address these challenges during this presentation on the future of EUROAVia and the next steps today. Thank you very much for your time. Okay, so okay. If you have any questions about anything, yes.
So, first and foremost, congratulations for your presentation, and don't underestimate the achievement of getting the EU grant. Trust me, that has been like the holy grail for EUROAVia for many, many years, in my IB, in the previous, in our successors, so that was a very big achievement. So, the fact that the funding was not distributed probably optimally, that's a given problem, of course. You haven't been to that process before. So hopefully next time, once you get it again, you'll be able to optimize that procedure. Take into consideration the fact that EUROAVia at European level is not as big as other associations, for example. So it's not addressed how many members are we like? 3,000 members? Okay, comparing to the best. So the pool of students that is addressed is much narrower, therefore it's more difficult to get the EU grants, for instance. When it comes to your comeback, to the comeback of between COVID and 2023, that was pretty decent, actually, because don't try to compare it with the normal company, how does that work? So you need to think of the physical solutions that are applicable for an association with interactive members in reality or every 2 or 3 years. So continuity practically does not really exist to the idea we have. I can give you an example of my mandate. It was 2008, 2009. For the older who remember that back then was the collapse of the Lehman Brothers, so the financial crisis. Within a day, we lost all our sponsors and the associated companies, namely Airbus, Bisag, Prof. So we understand that our business plan was out of the way, and we had to move to realize that we had to go to the safety mode just to make sure that the association will exist. And to the best of my knowledge, the association recovered within, say, 3 years or so. It's okay given the standards and the nature of the association. For the DAE candidates, of course, the association is based on the voluntary contribution, but any of us has a small side of individualism, so it needs to see the benefit. And that comes in contrast to the risk, which in that case for students is the time. So I think it needs to be addressed that these roles are not so risky in terms of performing the task, that there is a protocol of actions, there will be a support during the DID period for the proper handover. No one will be left alone because that's out of the spirit of EUROAVia. And again, that needs to be done gradually. We won't change overnight. think it is a problem every now and then we experience. So try to promote those positions in a more inclusive way, and that is not handing over the entire responsibilities of an association to a new international board.
Thank you very much for your insights. But yeah, indeed, like for example, for the last point on the EUROAVIA candidates, one of the main issues that we had when it was started, for example, is that at the beginning we had very few partners and sponsors, and at the end of the first year we had like almost tripled the number of partners, mostly partners and sponsors. So we were three, and we were basically managing all these partners and sponsors ourselves. So we were starting to become crazy. So we started to change the approach, and now, for example, after a year and now into the new IB, I believe that it is the business relations working group, that is the old company relations working group, that is taking care of all these contacts, because at some point it became completely manageable. So I believe that there is this importance of delegating tasks to the proper hands, and as you said, like doing this transition smoothly. So we may have to think about how to do it, because right now maybe the 6 months are not enough. We thought about implementing the IB working group where to attract prospective IB candidates. So there are many things that I think we can do, and I believe we could discuss further about it to think about it. Of course with that, because I'm not a lawyer, so I have nothing to say in it, just giving my ideas. Then for the grants, yeah, indeed it was a huge milestone. And since then, we have managed to get money from the grants we have tried. So I know I wasn't there when they earned the grants, because it was in 2017, 2018, and then we joined in 2018, right after they got money. But indeed, it was a huge milestone, so yes, we shouldn't at all underestimate it. It was more about how important it is to know how we need to manage it. But of course, if, hopefully, we earn money back in the future, I think we can learn from our mistakes and use it much better than we have done it. And I don't remember the second point, but it's
I think I only mentioned that even your recovery
yes.
here is very realistic.
Yeah.
You will be not fit to be in here.
Oh yeah, that's impossible.
Companies with a certain role will be done.
In this, thank you very much for your contribution. I will be waiting to talk about it more in a later. Yes.
Thank you for all the insights. About the history of EUROAVIA and the contemporary challenges, I'm curious about your personal decision-making process.
Yeah.
What did you think when you were considering to become maybe or the president of the international board, and even more interesting than what went through your head when you said, well, I'm going to do it the second time? Because in the panel earlier we learned that it is a severe contribution you make, and I think Stephan said, it will cost you 1 year of your, not of your life, but of your university progress. So maybe you can share that.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. So, for you to know, my first Congress was run in 2018, and since I joined that Congress, I knew I wanted to be at some point. I knew it. I was inspired by people who were there. So for me, inspiration is crucial. It's like you have, I admire the idea, I became friends with them afterwards, and I started joining work little by little. So I knew I wanted to be IB. I didn't want to accept that I wanted to be IB. I don't know how to say it. But, so I started joining one working group, now another, now a third one, and then I became coordinator of another, and at some point I was feeling like, what else do I do? Like, I cannot do anything more. I mean, what am I going to do? I join a fifth working group? Doesn't make sense. Let's go for it. Now is the moment. But it's true that I candidated in 2021, but I was approached twice before, in 2019 and 2020. I was approached by other JP candidates and IB members in order to apply to be candidates, and I decided that that wasn't my moment. So even though I believe we need people for the JP, I will always say the same thing, and I think that you guys last year I told you all the same thing. you should be sure that it's your moment to candidate. You have to be in a good personal situation at that moment to candidate, because if you, of course, problems can happen and there are always things that will be unexpected, but if you're not in a good personal situation at that moment and you candidate to IB, then it will become very difficult. So in my case, I chose 2021 because I had moved to France. I had been already living in France for a year. So now at the moment I was established and I thought I was in the best position I could when I would give my best to Europe. I think that I have answered to the questions. Thanks, Cédric.
Sure. Hello, hi, Elia. My name is Peter. I have been at EUROAVIA in Stuttgart already quite a long time ago, and I have not so much connected to the international board and the international activities. But I was wondering, from the challenges you're speaking, finding new candidates for a DIB and so on, would it be, or did you consider using the alumni in order to give the also the international part of EUROAVIA some more stability, considering also that the students are changing, and there's a lot of fluctuation, and maybe the alumni could stabilize it. And so I was wondering, from my personal point of view, I'm mostly contacted through the local group, and I was wondering if this is was a conscious decision at some point, and that the alumni are contacted by the local groups mostly, or do you at the international board of the EIB have a connecting means to the alumni?
Okay, so that's actually a very good question, because indeed we do have the Alumni Association internationally, but nowadays it's almost done. It was separated from EUROAVIA. Formerly it was a working group, then it was separated and constituted as a formal association with its statutes and all its accounts, and I think it complicates a lot of things. It is not managed by EUROAVIA, it's managed by a different board, but there is a link between the president of EUROAVIA and the board of the Alumni Association. So the thing is that I believe it would be very good to have this stabilization, I don't know how to say this, have the alumni help keep this motivation. We have tried it some way informally. For instance, in Napoli, there were some alumni that were there, and I shared their thoughts on why people should candidate when we saw this problem that we didn't have candidates, so we had to stay. But it was not formally organized, so I believe we could do something. I don't know how exactly, honestly. So again, we need to think, maybe brainstorm, and also then from your personal experience, either in EUROAVIA International, either in EUROAVIA locally, either in other associations, or from your work experience, because I believe that we can give our best, and in the end, when we are EUROAVIA, we're just students, and we lack a little bit of perspective. And I think that your perspective could help us in the best way. It's always good to have different eyes on the problem. So I think it's a really good point. And then it was about how the alumni are contacted locally. That was indeed made, it was some decision that we took when we were approaching the local groups for this LUSTRUM, that we were going to approach some of the alumni locally, because it was going to be easier. The thing is that we do not have the contacts of all the alumni. We have a newsletter, there is a newsletter that the Alumni Association has, and so we can transmit information to them, but the reality is that I personally see a newsletter and I just don't read it personally. I don't know, some people do it, I don't, unless I'm bored. So I think that maybe it's not the best way. It's always better to have this personal approach to reach people. But it would be great to have a full database of all the alumni in order to ask from EUROAVIA internationally, be able to contact them and make the people, the alumni in general, feel like you matter to EUROAVIA too. So that was made like this because we didn't have any other choice. Now we do have a better database, but we need to keep growing it, of course. And also consult the progress of VPR, etc., etc. That's another matter to talk about. But we need very, very good point. Thank you. We have a question from them, and I believe that after that we are finish it because I think some of you are hungry.
Yes, just a quick personal question. The presentation that you delivered is 2019 to 2024. Your first Congress was 2018. Your most recent Congress was 2023. And then today you're here. There has been a lot of stuff happening in between, and there is no way of denying that at some point together with your board, you were the link that kept EUROAVIA together. You said before that I'm going to talk about the 5-year plan, and you said it was sort of my work, but no. I think that it is quite significant that you and your board, you wrote this document being the central, pivotal place to keep EUROAVIA together and giving guidelines, together with some new people, on how to hand over. Now, you look at me, and I think you're confident that we're handing it over okay, and that we're doing the first year of the 5-year plan. Before I talk later, and I want to give this as an inspiration to talk about what possible ways of the future we can have during lunch and then the coffee break later. If you look into some of the faces maybe that are newer, how confident are you personally right now that from the lustrum of 2018 to the lustrum of 2019 to the lustrum of 2024, that handing over EUROAVIA after 2 years of being so central is going to be successful?
I'm very confident, honestly. It's always hard to let it go. Okay, it's very hard. And you spend so many years in EUROAVIA, it's hard to let it go because you always like you could do more, but at some point you have to say stop. You cannot continue because it's not good for me personally, but more importantly to the association. Like I cannot bring any more ideas. And EUROAVIA now needs new ideas, and that's where I believe that also all of you guys enter. I'm like not old school, but like compared to what you're doing now, I'm like part of the previous generation of EUROAVIA, so we need these new ideas, and I believe that is going. Now EUROAVIA is in a pretty good situation. Executives managed to each be in a good position. Now it's up to you to make it grow bigger, and I believe you and the next ideas that are to come will manage to accomplish this very successful. I have no doubt.
Thank you.
I believe that's the end, so thank you very much for your time, for your questions.
Okay, so before we announce how the event is going to continue with the lunch break and what is on that, a small message from our school and our crew.
I will send you now to the WhatsApp group of the online members the link to order the merchandising. So basically, I will send you also the pictures of all the merchandising when we up. You will be able to buy it in the office, so we have the pins, we have stickers, we have postcards, and history books. So you have to do the order, and during the coffee break, please come to me and have the orders, and then choose the method that you want to use. We have purple, we have PayPal, bank transfer from the people that is from here from Turkey that you want to buy. First, I think you will transfer the money to the local group of Istanbul, and then they will send it to the international card, and that's it. I hope that you will like the messaging you were able to do. And now we will just go to have lunch, and that's it. Thank you.
Now, since we're gonna have to be here at 2 o'clock, and 2 o'clock is a very important presentation by one of our sponsors, and this, as you understand, we cannot in any way, shape, or form be late for that. Therefore, I would ask that we're all back in this room in exactly an hour and 5 minutes. So at 12:45 to maximum 12:50, we have to be here. Sad. 1:50. If you can leave 8 minutes already. 1:50. please be a bit more quiet, that will also be appreciated. Okay then. So, thank you. We apologize for all the technical issues. Can you hear me, Lloyd? Perfect. So, our next presentation comes from Airbus. This is with the Airbus Sloshing Rocket Workshop. Nathnael is going to be presenting. He's a Windstructures graduate engineer at the Flight Physics in Bristol. Currently part of the organisation committee of the Airbus Sloshing Rocket Workshop of 2024 from the side of Airbus. Nathnael, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll share my screen now. Can you see that? Yeah, so, like you said, my name is Nathnael. I'm currently a construction graduate within. I'll share my screen now. Can you see that? Yeah, so, like you said, my name is Nathnael. I'm currently a construction graduate within Airbus on the graduate scheme. It's my second year due to finish in December. So I'm representing Airbus as part of the committee within the Airbus Sloshing Rocket Workshop. Yeah, so a bit of an introduction about me. So I was born in Darmstadt, Germany in 1999, so still pretty young. But then I moved to London straight after, and then grew up there for about 18, up until I was 18, and then moved to Bath to study a master's in aerospace engineering. I did a year in the industry there, within the UK, where I did was sort of like a mechanical engineering internship within the oil and gas industry. So as soon as I finished my master's, basically graduated and then went straight to Airbus, and then with the role that I got now as a construction graduate engineer, where I've been on to different rotations for 3 months each, basically. And current hobbies, so I like to go to the gym to be a bit more active. I love cooking, love cooking a lot, I eat a lot, so I cook a lot. And in the downtime, I like to play on PS5, my radio shows. So I'll introduce you to the team that we've got within Airbus. So I am the lead of the committee within Airbus, and we've got Rosa who deals with the comms, got Harsh from the Indric who do the technical side of the competition, so that's more of creating regulations and making sure that it's standardized for all the students that are taking part. And then we've got Pat who does the finance, and provides the finance for Airbus to the actual competition. And then we've got Jan who deals with the symposium, which is sort of separate part to the competition, but basically makes sure I'll talk a bit more about it, but yeah, it's just that he deals with the symposium. And then we've got Ashley who deals with the webinars for the students. And then obviously we've got Aerotech and Lisbon and EUROAVIA who work with Aerotech with Lukas and Lisbon who are going to be organising the final for this year's competition, and EUROAVIA is obviously the main partner with this competition. So what is the actual rocket sloshing rocket workshop? So it gives a chance for students to design, build and test a water-based rocket. So you can see it's sort of like simplified view on the right there. And so far we've had 4 editions of the sloshing workshop. We had this year out because of COVID, but it's been getting more popular every year. So, like I said, this is university students design a water-based rocket, and then throughout the time they're designing the water rocket, we'll give them webinars that are organised by Airbus and EUROAVIA, and those sort of topics will include like aerodynamics and the control systems, but then also the sloshing modelling that we get from Ariane, another company.
So like I said, the organising symposiums is sort of separate to the actual competition. The students don't really get involved in, but it's sort of a chance for experts within that sort of social field to give a talk about the things that are relevant, any sort of updates and anything that's interesting to them. That was held this February in Hamburg, if I'm not mistaken. So each year the winning team will give an invitation for this, so as an extra prize. So once we get student reports marked by us with an Airbus, we give finalists an invitation to actually build a flight test flight level kit. So this is going to happen in Lisbon. Like I said, yeah, so this is going to happen in Lisbon. So how did last year's competition go? So we had our 14 teams entered within Europe. So 2 countries within Europe, loads of those different countries actually. We had Spain, Germany, France, a lot of those fun countries. Really successful, but we're trying to get more and more countries involved. So this year we've got 20 teams submitted in, and we also have the number of finalists that were going into that were going to be accepted. So in the webinars we had those webinars last year, 8 webinars with the sort of topics to help students. So this year we've got more webinars and we've got math works to kind of help in on to teach these students a bit more about social and more math modelling systems and things like that. And yeah, so last year we did 8 webinars. And the final being held in Belgrade, Serbia. Very successful final, where again this is going to be held in Lisbon, and with their slots declared as 2022 winners, and you can see them there on the bottom right of the screen. But yeah, it was a really successful competition from what I've heard. I wasn't on the meet last year, but a colleague of mine was, and he's even out of race, and there's a lot more work to be done. So it's just a really good chance for students to kind of get involved with Airbus, and then also just kind of use that university knowledge to something more tangible, really interesting. But ultimately, why we asked for the students to do something like this, because it's pretty weird that we're asking them to build a rocket, even though Airbus commercial don't really deal with rockets. But ultimately, we want to basically pump the next generation of engineers. I'm one myself, so I'm coming from a university background where I had to deal with a lot of competitions, so of different sort of respects. So you come into that company with new knowledge, new sort of skills, and what we try and do is get students to come up with ideas, just to get them thinking about how they can use their university knowledge in the real world and apply these sort of teamwork skills, but then the technical skills together. So I think that's what makes a good engineer overall. So yeah. And then ultimately you get those engineers within the company, you're able to develop them internally, and what's useful about them coming up from a different background is that they're able to give in their new ideas and experiences, but they also bring in those new competencies. So for example, with using MathWorks and MATLAB, 10 years ago you wouldn't have that in a common engineer, but with universities and competition like these, from what you use from MATLAB, it's very useful now. It's very useful for an engineer within Airbus as well. For example, I know now that me myself, I don't really use MATLAB a lot, but I know there are engineers within the company that use MATLAB a lot, and I think bringing in that competency from an early age helps you develop really well, also helps the company develop. And then ultimately, if I'm in the company long enough and within Airbus, become companies and leaders, you're able to sort of guide the next route to the company, basically. And I think it's a whole sort of cycle process where we want Airbus to continue developing, and some competition like this is sort of the first way to go, especially with students, because they've all got different backgrounds, different ideas. It's really useful for us to see what they can come up with. I think every year we're sort of interested in the ideas that we've got. So my final point is, what can you Airbus UK offer? So particularly students, if you're a student currently now, they offer a year-long internship, so this will be in the middle of the degree. So you see there's a website there. They currently not open applications, but this will be about in October-ish or September, October, so I'd say in September. But then if you're a recent graduate, so I was like, I applied for the job in my final year, and then got the job and worked basically the year after. So this is currently a called now capability Airbus Global Graduate Program. So you're able to be in contact with more general grads across Europe, so Europe and America, for example. Really good opportunity, really good to see the company initiated, like I said, do placements for 3 months around different parts of the company, and you see a lot of movement in students. But again, likewise, that's open in September, so I would say for around September. But yeah, and also I wanted to say it's not a deal breaker as well that you have to be an international student or an international worker. They do lots of visas, so don't be worried about not applying for that. This is not a problem. They have sponsor visas. I highly recommend it. And yeah, so that was a good presentation, but if there's any questions, I'll take them now.
All right, and thank you very much, Nathnael. And is there any questions from the audience? Yeah, what do we have? Yeah, Leo.
One quick question in self-interest for both Airbus and EUROAVIA, of course. There's a couple of students here that might not have heard of the competition before or have considered joining it but didn't for this edition. Given that we're most likely going to have another edition starting in the beginning of 2025, what would you say is the top 1 or 2 reasons to start building a team and join the competition next year?
I didn't really get that. I think I pressed it far away. Just want to repeat the question.
It wasn't really audible.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was just saying, given that this is maybe a new audience for the LUSTRUM workshop, my question for you is for teams that are considering to maybe join the competition next year, what would you say is the top 1 or 2 reasons to join the competition and build?
Well, it's a good question. I think it's mainly the fact that you're actually applying for what you're doing at uni to something new. University is a lot of lectures, and well, at least at my uni, it's a lot of lectures, and you get coursework, but ultimately that coursework is sort of, you do it to pass, or I really do it to pass, you do it to do well, but you don't see the implications of it. I don't think you can really, you can put as much effort into it, because something as different as this kind of gets you involved into thinking about different concepts and stuff. So with the actual competition, you start by doing concept selection, concept creation, and data selection, and then you get the chance to actually build it. Okay, so I don't know how many universities you get the chance to do that within a year, but that's a really good opportunity. And the fact is that you become a bit more visible in terms of Airbus's perspective. I think we ask for those skills, and therefore you developing those skills is a good sign to us. So it's definitely something a good opportunity to do, and even sort of being able to see what it's like to work in a team, to see what that contribute, how that translates into real work. At the moment, I'm currently working in a team where it's a lot of communication between a whole group of team, so being able to understand that there's a technical requirement for a team. We all really need to be technically sound, but for it to be a good team, it needs to be able to communicate really well. And when it's a competition, people are active in being able to actually handle the interpersonal skills as well. So I think it's something that you don't really handle at university, but within a competition, group working is very important. It's a skill that we try and we don't really develop as much. I think this is a good thing for competition.
Okay, thank you very much, Nathnael. I don't think we have time for more questions at this particular moment, since we're a bit late these days. So thank you very much for joining us for today. Thank you very much, and yeah, see you in Lisbon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it. Very well.
Okay then, time for yet another presentation from our dear alumni, this time alumni from AS Istanbul itself. Let's welcome to the stage Udaya.
It was started in 1999, so 1 year before, after I was born, and 2 years before becoming a part of EUROAVIA. So in 2001, this association became Istanbul by the EUROAVIA. So I will tell you what we do locally, but today I'm not actually now a part of this association, and then we will tell you about what the international events in here are. So there are technical trips, which I will tell more details about in later slides. There are technical educations, there are a lot of seminars and panels, and most importantly, social events. And our vision is, as the professor presented before me, as she also showed, and as the founder and first leader of Turkish Aeronautics says, the future is in the skies. So starting with the first activity, it's the opening barbecue. This actually happens in the evening of the first introduction meeting. So this is the best event to show the future potential members how this association interacts with each other, how engage with local workers, to show them that they have founded this association. It's for that. And we have 30 speaking barbecue and some other things for vegetarians. And then we have a closing barbecue at the end of the study, because one is not enough in 1 year. So next we have seminars. There are seminars about they usually invite some speakers from civil aviation or aerospace or defense industry. I think this is what the members ask for. Usually there are some stories I don't really remember. And this photo or this is from one of the group. So there are a lot of seminars. Then there is the Aviation Museum trip and breakfast. This is one of the really important traditional events in the association. There is Aviation Museum, maybe all these know there is this technical team that is just under our association. There are a lot of teams including the Professor presented, but the specific team works with the association, and they started 20 years ago. They had a lot of successes, and their latest success is that in UK there was a competition called IMEC, and they became first in that competition. That's all from me. Now we will continue with the international class.
Hello everyone, my name is Prieto, and let me introduce myself before I just continue with the international round. I was the local board president in 2016 and the international contact member in 2017 for 2 years, and I was and like a couple of internationals also like all over Europe, part of EUROAVIA. So I just continue, like right now I'm also a student, and minor student also in still IT as a master degree, and I work in general electric design right now. And one of our like international activities is the Aviation Days, and we started this event in 2015, I think. And like our local board just organized another one in December, 6th one, because we couldn't like organize like 3 or 3 years because of COVID. This is like one of the main one, and we just organized with another society out here in Nigeria, and it's I mean their focus is more like the sportive area of the aviation, so we just like bring together all the aspects of the aviation sector. And this is just like a picture from last December. And like there were many actually international events in Europe, so this was the last one. Like it was organized by Istanbul. It was like last in Istanbul, and I was one of the tradition here also to have this every 5 years. And it's really nice to see some familiar faces here from this picture. And it's like I really love everyone here. So like I just learned like I knew like there were so many like European events also here in Istanbul. Like I just learned one of them was organized in 2008. It was EUROAVIA, like it was a LUSTRUM Agenda, and then the one in 2014, like a flight in Istanbul also. So I think it's kind of became a tradition to have events here like every 5 years, especially in Istanbul. And it's not the last page, and this is our basically the last one for EUROAVIA, and like I really like to, I mean, I feel emotional actually right now, but it's still nice to see the same people like growing at the same time and like doing more like the same things with us, and I always like try to support them as much as I can, and I really want to think that we should like to give us this opportunity. Like I really think that just for considering my orientation for this speech, and I just want to thank the whole organization to make sure. So that was it. So it's nice to be here.
We see that Istanbul has quite a few people in the working groups, and people that participate in the international events. We have examples in 2 of you that are alumni of Istanbul that joined international events back in your time. Now we have people from Istanbul that still join international events, join the working groups, join the competitions. What do you think is the main motivating factor that makes Istanbul so active in EUROAVIA International?
I think it's a tradition because like just 2 years after they actually founded the society, we became part of EUROAVIA. So like since then actually Istanbul, actually all the days in Turkey, like it was this Ankara in Istanbul 10 years ago, but I think we have like some sort we all have like different perspectives from different cultures. So as we share here in the international and so or in working with everything, we actually see like alternative solutions for the same type of problems. I think this is my main motivation actually, like just to see other perspectives. Because if you just get low barrier, you can actually grow ourselves. I mean, personally, from my position to be, I'm trying to be active.
Because I remember in my first year in university, I applied to Chrysanthi, and before that, on that year, nobody has come to any event. I guess before my year, you went to come on a yeah. And then when I applied that, I saw in the application that some other person from the association has also applied, but then I wanted to see that I wrote each other. I really, he told me, I just applied to, I don't know why, I'm not going to go. But I told him that I really want to go. Let's just go together. It was inspiring working like ASRW. And then, what I mean is, when someone goes to an event and just shares the inspiration, I think a lot of more people are added to it.
I think actually because before I was a local board member, there were some like relatively active times actually. And actually like all the EUROAVIA ideas actually like brought us together at that time. So we kind of agreed with it and undertaken and then the damage felt like these guys are doing really great and let us bring it back. So I think we are like to be active locally. I think to be active internationally like makes like just helps us to be active locally. So if you're not active internationally, we're not active locally. And that's just like altogether thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So what sort of support are you getting? I mean, Turkey is very big into aerospace, and what sort of support are you getting from some of the bigger companies here, so like or TAI and others for your association?
So as far as I know, like we don't get any direct financial income from them, but we always contact them for like speakers and seminars and everything. And there is of course like our alumni and all kinds, most of the alumni work like Elia or Shayla, so all these companies in Turkey. So there is always a contact with them and they kind of like so it's easy to find a network actually in the industry. So you don't have financial sponsorship from them, but I mean more specific events they sometimes have financial, so it's not like a regular from them. But there's always networking. It's not like they're another part of the organization and another part of the organization. It's kind of open also. So we kind of from them and they just give us the ideas and we just give them that also like to reach out to students and everything. And generations changing and their needs and everything has to do also, so they are getting out of it. So it's both ways of doing it.
Hey, so if there are no further questions, thank you very much.
Since you're in person, you can
Okay, coming up, the next presentation will be one of our sponsors again. It's a company that you all know very well, I assume, and that would be ANSYS, more specifically Cédric Bellanger of ANSYS, doing a presentation on developing the next generation of engineers. Cédric is an academic network management manager of ANSYS in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. He's a world leader. ANSYS is a world leader in American simulation software. He graduated from Lyon, a master's degree in mechanical engineering. He has 25 years of experience in design simulation software. And yeah, he enjoys communicating passionately about product design, products, conceptual design, virtual prototyping, and innovation drives him a lot. He also believes in human advancement that is committed through advanced use of simulation software. So,
this video, this presentation has been pre-recorded, but I will be with you at the end of the presentation in live online.
So, Cédric, can you hear me? Because we've just already through and wanted to, before the give us a word, say something about it and then play the video recording.
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. I'm very Cédric Bellanger. I'm very happy to be with you right now. I've pre-recorded my presentation, but I'm here. It was just like to make it easy for you. If it's not easy, I can do it. But I think you will see my presentation, and I'm here afterwards if you have any questions. I will be happy to answer. Have a good club.
Perfect. And we'll play you. Speak to the person.
Everybody, I'm Cédric Bellanger, Academic Network Manager at ANSYS. This video, this presentation has been pre-recorded, but I will be with you at the end of the presentation in live online to answer your questions. So I'm here today to present you the company, the ANSYS company, and what we do for developing the next generation of engineers. First, who's ANSYS? So ANSYS has been created 50 years ago by John Swanson in North America, in Pittsburgh. After 50 years of innovation and acquisitions, now we have more than 6,000 employees all over the world, an important total revenue, more than $2 billion, and more than 90 offices worldwide. ANSYS has been rewarded to be innovative and a great place to work. ANSYS has many customers in the world-class companies. You can see some big names here. So we do cover all the industries today, as you can see, and of course we cover the aerospace and defense industry. ANSYS in academia, so today we have more than 3,000 academic institutions in more than 90 countries. We do have more than 3 million student product downloads. We have more than 800 student partners. I think it's more than 1,000 this year. And more than 325 courses, free courses available. We'll come back on this later. ANSYS situation in academia is in teaching. As you can see here, the first year engineering course at the University of Michigan. In research, in the middle, in the center, you will see the research on the safer car seat development at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia with our crash simulation tools. And on the right, you will recognize Geraldina Berti, probably. So we were happy to sponsor the leading project during the Aeronautics Challenge 2022. The project, the team from EUROAVIA Pisa, University of Pisa. My feedback, I'm in my role for a few years now, and I say that careers begin with learning analysis. Students who are trained, who are skilled on analysis, are very attractive on the market. So you can see here examples of these four women who gained analysis and simulation skill set in their daily courses and on student teams, and are now very successful engineers in the industry. I know personally Chrysanthi on the right, so she was in a Formula student team in her university, Thessaloniki in Greece, and then she started to work as a CFD engineer at ANSYS. She was very talented, so talented she started to work for the Red Bull Racing Formula 1 team, and now she is part of the Oracle Red Bull Racing Formula 1 team. So very successful story. This is the kind of story I wanted to show you, and I wanted also to highlight the fact that today women can do engineering and have a great success. And I'm very happy to see that among the ORANA members there are a lot of women. ANSYS software overview, just wanted to show you, make you aware that we cover a lot of different pieces. So you probably know ANSYS for the grid simulation or the structure simulation, but today we do cover as well electronics, as you can see here. We do cover semiconductor, optical, 3D design, systems, embedded software. This is very important. The safety analysis of the embedded software. Digital twin, of course, and digital mission engineering, which is new. On this new specific industry, the aerospace industry, you can see that we cover electronics, 3D design, optics and acoustics, embedded software and safety, fluids, of course, and structures, and digital mission. This is digital mission engineering with SDK that we had the pleasure to teach you and had Elia on his last year. What are the ANSYS academic resources? The free student downloads. This is something important for us to provide for free for the students. The downloads. So you can see that we have ANSYS students covering CFD, 3D design, but also optical, which is new. The new also ANSYS electronics desktop student with HFSS, Maxwell, so all very interesting bundle on electronics. Zahit, so the crash simulation, explicit dynamic simulation, dynamic simulation. Scale, so scale is important because it's the safety analysis, okay? You have a code generation of embedded software that is reliable, and ANSYS on scale, which is new as well. Very important, the ANSYS innovation space. This is very important because this is the learning and community platform for you students. So you will find here the ANSYS innovation courses, so more than 325 courses, free courses to start and to progress on learning ANSYS products, learning progress in simulation. Okay, the forum. So if you have a question, you can pass your question on the forum. You can also search for questions because we put here all the questions we have through the years from our customers, industrial customers. So a very important database here on the learning forum. The marketplace, where you can buy. You can pass certifications, so this is something brand new. And the indicator is for indicators, but so I will not detail, but it's dedicated to educators to have the learning teaching materials available here. We do sponsor our student teams, as I mentioned previously, the Hacker Challenge, but also the Formula Student and many more. So today it's more than 1,000 student teams we sponsor. And the student teams, they can apply on this website, it's free, and you have all the explanations on the ANSYS website, okay, ansys.com/teams. Important as well, we do have this academic webinar series. It's a very good way to learn and progress using ANSYS tools. This is something, well, we do deliver regularly on specific topics. This is something very interesting for you students to be to progress in learning on these tools. You can also, of course, check the website of ANSYS to see if there are some internships available. So we have this platform, careers platform, okay. But what is very interesting is to join the ANSYS talent community. So here, by joining the ANSYS talent community, you will remain up to date with posting position postings. You will receive follow-up communications post-event, okay. And you can upload your resume and add skills to your profile. So this will be available full-time for recruiters among our partners. Okay. What about the wider sponsorship? So this year we were very happy to sponsor some activities, especially the 11, the challenge, the proposal challenge on the ANSYS SDK. It was very interesting to see what has been done. We did write a blog post on ANSYS website on this, thanks to Leo and team. And yeah, it was a great experience. I also did a presentation during the Future and Beyond, and my colleague Mauricio Weck did a presentation during the TNT Milano. So that was a great first year of sponsorship, and I'm very happy that we continue this sponsorship, because ANSYS will be a silver sponsor in 24-25 season. So we will, of course, we'll take part in the Future and Beyond. I will do it myself. We will be involved in the Airbus Social Rocket Workshop, EUROAVIA, of course, and the Cargo Challenge. This is something new. Yeah, I'm very happy and looking forward to working with all of you on these different activities. So this will be new for us, but yeah, this is an important step in our collaboration. 15 minutes, so I think we are at the end of this presentation. So you can be in touch with me on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram. will be connected. Thank you. Great presentation, by the way. Great presenter, no?
I'm sure that the people who led this presentation were very insightful on how answers. Sorry for people smiling. I'm sure that people really appreciate how you guys work with students and help them evolve. Now, we have the time for one or two questions from the audience. So, anybody? Don't be shy, guys. Oh, Vicky.
Hi, Cédric, it's Udaya. Yes. So I just wanted to say that I'm happy to see that the sponsorship is going on and it's getting bigger. So just like thank you for supporting EUROAVIA and hope that this collaboration sponsorship will go farther in the future. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Victoria. I'm very happy we continue the sponsorship. Yeah.
Hey, hello, this is Cédric. I have a question. I am in Samsung University, and we are constantly using as a student version. And but there's a restriction about 3-core units, 3-core restriction. So I don't understand why this reason for a restriction. Why should we use more than 3? It's just that.
Yeah, because you're using the student version, but we will, let's connect and we'll find a way to provide some teaching or, teaching license. The student teaching license has almost no restriction. So, so we can of course we can provide you these licenses. We'll find a way to provide you these licenses. If I understood correctly the question.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very, very, very much, Cédric, for the answer. It was very good point. Any other questions from the audience before? Okay. Anybody else? Johnny? No. Okay. All right, Cédric. I don't think I have any more in way of questions. Thank you very, very much for your presentation. And see you in the future beyond. I think that's the next next event All right, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. And enjoy Istanbul for me. Yeah. I wish I would be with you. Next year. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so if I'm mistaken, now it's time for a coffee break.
Okay, so as we have 14 minutes late, we will get back here at 3:40. Now I will be in the desk to give you the merchandise order. And if you want to order anything, fill the form. Without the form, I can give you anything. So that's it. We'll be back here at 3:40.
All right, everybody. So let's carry on this hot streak of very interesting presentations. Next up, we've got the journey of an engineer to an entrepreneur, presented by Mr. Udaya Silva, who with more than 20 years in the aerospace industry, he has excelled globally, including Canada, Japan, Germany, and of course Turkey. Combining engineering with business strategy and marketing, he's known for his observational skills, anticipating future trends, and channeling Turkish engineering talents, as I'm sure that's a lot in here, of course. His commitment to continuous improvements makes him a respected, forward-thinking leader. So, Mr. Silva, the floor is yours.
Everybody can hear me? Is it clear? Good, good. Is everybody awake after that coffee? Awesome. So I just want to thank you guys for inviting Hazan and me to this event. It's a great pleasure to be here and talk about personally my journey, and then we'll talk about a little bit about our business as well as just the solutions that we've established almost 2 years ago. I also want to thank Kubra Oberon, who's watching right now, because it's been an incredibly busy period for us this last few weeks, and Kubra really put together all the slides for us, and so thank you, Kubra. Okay. So there, as an introduction, I'll still keep it on this slide. So I thank you for that introduction, but I was like you guys. I started as a student, and then transitioned to an engineer, then transitioned on to an engineering leader, business leader, and then a corporate executive, and then almost back to being an entrepreneur. So, and in this journey that I did over multiple countries. So I studied in Canada, worked in Canada, then Japan, Germany, and Turkey now. So we're going back and forth between Germany and Turkey in our entrepreneurial role at this point. So how I do this presentation, or how Kubra structured this presentation, is to talk a little bit about the early life, the education, and then structure this around 3 pivotal career moments that I faced in my career. And I think you guys will experience those as well. Maybe you might not necessarily realize that that's what you're going through at the moment, but looking back, it's a lot easier to tell what were those moments that really changed the trajectory of your career. So I'll talk about that. And then we'll talk a little bit about our business and the core philosophies around our business, what makes us really different. And then I'll finish off with some advice to you, just based on some of the learnings that I have in the industry in my career. So, early life, I was born in Sri Lanka. If you know where Sri Lanka is, it's a tiny little island in Indian Ocean. And, but I didn't really spend a lot of time there because I grew up in the Middle East, and then Southeast Asia, particularly Malaysia, and then Canada for my university. So I'm really blessed with those experiences because of my father was a diplomat, and that's the reason that I got to travel so much when I was younger. But it really opened up my horizons. I was at a very early stage. I was experiencing different cultures, different traditions, and playing and with friends. My friends were all different to an extent than me, and so those experiences really shaped who I am today. And that's what makes me, today to be able to do business internationally without much fear at all. You know, so this is kind of our model right now with our business as well. We're a fully international business. We're doing projects in North America. We're doing projects in Europe. We're doing projects in Japan. So it's kind of has evolved. These early experiences evolved into what I'm doing today. The one thing that I would say to you as advice as we go, along the way that I'm going here, is take those experiences that you have. So what you're doing here is incredible, right? Because you're getting out of that classroom, you're getting into an association, and you're meeting all these people from all over Europe. So keep doing those things. Take those chances whenever you get. Because I'm not the biggest fan of academic environment. It's great, but you've got to go and do things to learn things, right? So take those chances whenever you have and learn those experiences. So I started studying in 1997, so this really dates me back. So I started my university at Carleton University in aerospace engineering, and that was not my first choice. Lukas was asking me, I'm really interested in hearing about this reluctant engineer because we changed the title of this presentation last minute. What I was going to say is because I really wanted to become a pilot. That was my dream. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, so I did the next best thing, which was, okay, if I can't fly, maybe I'll learn how to build them, right? So I did that, and I went into engineering reluctantly. I guess that's the kind of story about it. But thankfully for me, though, my aptitudes were towards more technology and science anyway, so I was able to weather through and work through this engineering degree, and it's great, I'm not the technical specialist. I realized that very soon. So I veered my career off into more the business and the management side of the business. So during my bachelor's degree, between third and fourth year, I actually did an internship, which was really long. It's a 16-month internship, what we call it in Carleton Industry Experience Program, which is really, really great because it kind of takes you out of that academic environment, puts you into a real work environment. And then when I finished that 16-month term, I just wanted to come back to university and finish that fourth year as soon as possible, right? Because you had a taste of the industry, the working life, and also making money, right? So you want to be back to it very quickly. So that's something that I recommend to you is whenever you get the opportunity, try to do those internships as much as possible, and then really get into it, right? And so I'll give some advice around at the end how we like to work with internships as well with students. So I talked about 3 pivotal moments in my career. The first one happened quite early, and it was 1 year after I had graduated and I started working for this engineering consulting company based in Winnipeg, Manitoba, a very cold place. And at that time, a year later, we have annual performance reviews, right? Which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. At that time, it happened probably once a year, but now you can do them more often as much as you want. So I was excited, I thought I had done a really great job, and I'm like, waiting for my manager, and during the meeting, he tells me that, well, there are some areas you need to work on, and you didn't do so great, and thinking I'm getting a raise, but this is the news I'm getting. So my reaction to that was, well, I sat next to you, and literally my manager was sitting right next to me the entire year in the next cubicle, and so I said, you sat next to me the entire year. Why would you not have shared with me this, along the way when I needed the feedback? So that's something that I think you guys need to be aware of. There are going to be bad bosses, and if you're not working already, you'd be very lucky not to experience bad bosses. You will experience bad bosses, bad companies, bad cultures. So my advice in this situation is always constantly seek feedback, okay? Get to know yourself, because we always think, we're smart, that we know ourselves, but really you need to get the outside perspective to really understand who you are, what you are, and your personality. So invest in doing some kind of a personality test, maybe do 2 or 3 of them, to really learn about yourself as well. Talk to your friends, your colleagues. Hey, what do you think are my strengths? What do you think are my potential weaknesses? What do you think? Because it's not personality, it's personality. I believe these things are set at such a young age. Your character traits are set at like probably 4 or 5 years old, and the rest you shape based on your nurture, along the way. So I really just talked about this. So what happened after that bad experience for me was I really became demotivated. I didn't want to stay in that company anymore. I wanted to leave, right? So I started looking for different opportunities. And, not long after, I got an opportunity to work in a company in Ottawa, in Canada still. So I gave my resignation and I was about to leave. I gave a long notice, about 4 weeks. On the last week, the owner of the company comes to me and says, hey, I need to meet with you. We should talk about it. You're making a mistake in leaving this organization. So here I was, and the owner of the company was about in his early 70s at the time, and I'm probably in mid-20s. And I sensed the opportunity. I sensed leverage. Now I have leverage. So I started negotiating. So we ended up negotiating for about an hour. He said, stay with the company, we're going to find you an opportunity to work directly with our customer, Bombardier Aerospace in Montreal, and you're going to basically, be our eyes and ears to Bombardier in Montreal, and I was going to be the first employee in Montreal for this company. So I basically negotiated well. I doubled my salary, and I moved to Montreal instead of taking that next job. So what was really cool about this job was because I had to do the job. There was no job description. No one's ever done it before, right? So I had to write the job description for the job. So I really thrived in that environment. So something I learned about myself too is that, yeah, I love this kind of a thing where not everything is certain. I love the autonomy. I don't want everyone telling me day to day what to do. So it was my dream job. So over the next few years, I grew the relationship with Bombardier, I grew the business that we had with Bombardier, and all things were going well. And all that's because you end up loving the work that you actually do. So the next big moment came in 2008. There's a company called Entech, again an aerospace company, engineering, aerospace products and services company, out of Milwaukee in the US, came and acquired the company that I was working with. And this company has a CEO, his name is Cédric, who remains a friend to me today. He's very progressive. He really believed in creating incredibly great culture, a unique culture, and he saw something in me that was different from the rest of the team in Canada, in our company. So less than a year after the acquisition, he promoted me to become the managing director of the company in Canada. Now this is a big move. I'm 28 years old at this point. And I'm basically going to be skipping about 2 to 3 layers of management in order to take this job. So I said yes. But I said I want an MBA because I need to improve my business skills. But what I didn't realize is the change of jumping 2 or 3 layers quickly, which means my boss became my subordinate, my report. It's a very tricky and a kind of a weird situation. So I needed the skills to navigate those things. These are, so the MBA really helped me in terms of understanding organizational behavior, human dynamics. So that really gave me the credibility to lead that company over the next 5 years. And when all things are said and done, we ended up growing that business tremendously, increased the profitability about 4 times from when I took it over. And in 2014, Entech as a whole was acquired by BE Aerospace, which is one of the leading interiors companies, aircraft interiors companies at the time, they acquired the business for about $256 million. That was massive. Huge experience for me because now I got to be in front of the sales process. I got to understand how companies go and buy companies, and I got to understand how companies get integrated afterwards. Because there's two different cultures, and how do you manage those integration, and how do you ensure everything is smooth about 6 to 7 months after an acquisition. So these are great opportunities that I think I'm very lucky to have experience, because now I know how to buy companies or how to sell companies. So the next opportunity, before I get to the next opportunity, over the next, from 2014 to 2019, I continued to stay as the leader of the Canadian business for PE Aerospace, which about 2 years later was acquired by Rockwell Collins. I'm sure you guys are familiar with these names when I say them. Rockwell Collins, a year and a half later, became Collins Aerospace because United Technologies came and bought us. So I was enjoying this period because we were just going through this massive amount of series of acquisitions, but it became incredibly boring for me. Because it's one thing when you're a leader of a small company, you can enact your own vision. But when you're part of this large corporate structure, there's a check. You become a checklist manager. And so I became bored, and it's also another thing that I learned about myself. I'm not a huge corporate guy. I like to have a smaller organization that I can actually have some impact over, right? So at that point, I took a job in Japan in 2019. Leading the flight control systems group for the Mitsubishi MRJ, the first regional jet program for Japan. And that's where I met Hazan. And Hazan's my wife as well as my business partner, in case you guys don't know. So we, immediately started talking about, I learned a lot about Turkey. I learned how strong Turkish engineers are. And how strong the aerospace and defense industry in Turkey is. So I learned a lot, and we started talking about, hey, how do we leverage this? Combining my previous business and engineering experience and then Hazan's experience in Turkey. And then of course the answer came not too long after that, because in 2020, as you know, the world changed. The pandemic hit, and the world will never be the same. And of course, the Mitsubishi program as well ended at that time, and we were looking for what to do next. So we ended up coming back to Europe. We set up our business in 2022 in April, and now we're almost at our second year anniversary. And we're proud to say that in that 2-year time frame, we've grown our business from zero, completely bootstrapped, to 20 people. And we're working in North America, we're working in Europe, we're working in Japan. So this is a cool story, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it in the next time. So we named our business HSP Solutions, and we made it our mission that we were going to talk about Turkish engineers, because we felt Turkish engineers are incredible, and from my own experience, I felt that Turkish engineers are not known around the world for this incredible capability and potential that they have. One of the things why we decided to focus on this Turkish engineering element is because I've worked in the US, I've worked in Canada with many engineers in the past. We worked with over 1,500 engineers in Japan with the Mitsubishi program. There is sometimes a certain level of entitlement that comes with some of these engineers. Whereas in Turkey, what I was experiencing more of was the hunger for learning and strong values. So I felt that there's something here, right? So that was our focus. So we made it about Turkey, and we're building very complex aerospace engineering capabilities. So we're not doing the easy stuff. We're not doing just the mechanical designs and electrical designs. we're talking about things that are very deep, deep sciences in flight physics. We're talking about aeronautics and loads, things that are needed for developing new aircraft. So that's our mission. We are on a mission to prove the strength of Turkish engineering around the world. And we want to be the leading name behind Turkish engineering to the world. So you guys have heard of Tata Consulting Services. You heard about HCL. These are all companies that originate from India. And we want to do the exact same thing for Turkey. We believe that there's so much tremendous potential here. And I'm not talking just aerospace engineering. So I'll talk about that a little bit next as well. So what we did was we developed a people-first culture. A people-first culture is super important in a country like Turkey because most engineers or most people that work for companies, large companies in Turkey, are very hierarchical. There are very specific ways, there are lots of rules and you know, but you don't know any better because you're just working for these companies, that's what we do. No. So we wanted to be the complete opposite. We wanted to be the opposite of what our engineering companies are in Turkey, but not just Turkey, all over the world. Because there are hierarchical companies in other parts of the world too. There are other parts of the world these companies have bad buses too. And they have bad cultures and toxicity and all those things. So we wanted to be completely different. We wanted to use Hazan and my experience with bad buses that we've had before and create an environment for our people that doesn't happen. Right? So we have a very flexible environment. We have, it's all about our people. And when we take our company internationally, we want to create brands around the people. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that deserve the recognition because they're doing all the work. So, where do we go from here right now? So our growth is really tied to Turkey right now. And we're leveraging that to the maximum. We think there are plenty of opportunities around artificial intelligence that's happening. And what we want to do is we want to bring that back into aerospace engineering, not just aerospace, but other engineering, because we're building tools and methods and processes that potentially leverage AI. And we're looking for great ideas, guys. So this is the message that I'm trying to share with the community in Turkey. If you have great ideas, come to us. So when you want an internship, don't just send us a resume and say, this is what I want to do. I just want an internship at your company. Make it about you. Make it something different. How do you stand out from the crowd? Maybe you have an idea. Maybe you have a business idea. Maybe you have a cool little story to tell. Do something different. Because we as a company are doing something different, and we want to invite you to show your creativity by doing something different as well. That's the way to stand out. Because we are getting a lot of internship requests and resumes on a daily basis. So I'll kind of conclude this with my advice to all of you. So there is no easy way to be successful. However you define your success in your career, there's no easy way. You still have to put in hard work. So that's a definite, right? Work harder than the next guy, or work. I always focus on experience over academia. So whenever you get an opportunity to have some experiences, have an adventure, go do it, go to a different country, do a job, go to a different country, do your master's, just take a break, but have fun, experiencing different things. Because all of those experiences change the way you look at the world, do things, take the chance while you're young, because you cannot do it. You will have other responsibilities. Action over planning, okay? So you can plan all you want. You can plan and plan and plan and re-plan and try to make it all perfect. Just take action. Just take action. Because you know what? The thing that's going to happen is action is going to give you a reaction. It's going to give you some feedback. And then you can adjust and you can take that action again. You're young. You can do it. There's a saying, I'm sure you guys have, curiosity kill the cat. Curiosity do not kill the cat in this case. Be curious, because the more curious you are, you're going to learn a ton. You're going to absorb so much because you're curious. Build that, if you're not naturally curious, build it into your system right now. Self-awareness. I cannot say how important self-awareness is. So, I mentioned this earlier, we all think we know each other. We know each other, ourselves well, but we don't. So sometimes there's a lot of learning that you have to do through external parties, and you have to go and seek it. So use the personality test, but also, get yourself a coach at some point, and to really have a look and have an external look into you. This will help you go far in your career. So when you're given an opportunity, accept it. Like I did when I was told to, okay, you're more doing on the company, accept it and figure it out. And figure out how to do it later. Learn all the things later. Just say yes first. Focus on people. Focus on people. Everything else will fall into place. Put people first. And then once you just find out that's all. So I'm going to leave you with this little video. I'm sure you guys have heard, seen this on social media before, all along from my daily life. Take it off somebody else, and whoever is leading the company will notice if that's what you're doing. So take a look at it. It's very inspirational. I share it with all of our employees all the time. Yeah. So thank you, and I'll take questions. A lot of people talk about it, right? Every company says we are a people-oriented company where people focus, but it's in the actions, right? So we have no rules. So one of the things I started doing is we said we don't really want to have rules around what to do, what not to do, this much vacation, this not. So now, at some point we may have to get rules, right? They're so small, we can do it, but there has to be something. So we make these things on based on guidance. And also, Hazan and I have very unique personalities that we don't feel like boss. We aircraft that we're working with Deutsche aircraft in Germany. So the stuff that we're doing is quite complex, but we're the cheapest in the world because we don't care about money right now. We're all about growing our team, and growing our team is immersing ourselves in these very complex problems. Yes. Of course, yeah. It's a good question. Well, will you smile? Do you have someone specific in mind? Good. Yes. So, yes, exactly. So Kubra, who I thanked at the beginning of this presentation for putting together this presentation, she's probably the most person that I've come across in this part of the region who has an incredible work ethic. So she reached out to me because she saw a post on LinkedIn that I put about 2 years ago. It was like, yeah, almost 2 years ago, that I put out, and she was really interested in it, so she reached out to me for me. I had a Calendly link, and by the way, for all you guys too, I have a Calendly link on my LinkedIn profile that you can set up a 15-minute chat, and she was one of them at that time, and then she basically said, look, I like you guys, I'd like to see what we can do together, and then, 3 to 4 months later, Hazan and I had a chance to meet her in Ankara at a coffee shop, and then she said, look, I can do all these different things for you. And I said, okay, like, it sounds really great, but you were really small at the time, you couldn't really afford to hire people at the time, especially someone who wasn't actually going to be doing the engineering work. And, but she just showed us value. She said, look, I can make these applications for you, I can bring this much money for you in terms of, whatever the projects that we were trying to apply for, some incentives. And she said, this is how we do it. So, and then she said, I think it's time for you guys to give me a job. And we gave her a job. And she's doing incredible work right now. And we're growing. At the time, we were probably like 8 people. It's a good question. So do something different. Look, bring a business idea. Don't think that if you have some kind of cool idea that you want to explore, let's talk about it. We're excited. Because we don't do things the same way. Right now we're exploring AI because, aerospace engineering, you guys know aerospace is highly regulated, very safety oriented. So things like AI is kind of like, no, it's a traditional industry. But we're trying to deploy it in ways that, we can still continue to enhance that safety, but do different things. Please.
Are you mentioning your real innovation with the slow pace of aerospace?
Yeah. We're fast. We are super fast. We are keeping a pace for our business that challenges both Hazan and me personally. Normally we're very fast individuals, so we are trying, we're trying to maintain a startup phase as a startup company and a pace super high. So it's really not conducive to aerospace industry. I'm not sure how to really answer your question, but we are going against every customer. Like every customer that is giving us work, we're faster than they can keep up right now. We're getting told by some customers sometimes, hey, can you slow down a bit? Because we cannot respond to you fast enough. Because when you're doing joint projects, you need more teams going at the same space. Players doing big things now.
We're going to move on to a very presented by Lukas Loidol of Stuttgart. Namely, key qualifications for professional success, my personal perspective. Lukas is the solution line owner at Bisag Solutions. I really hope I pronounced that correctly. A dedicated member of EUROAVIA Stuttgart. He's played key roles in PR and as a secretary. He is an active participant in prestigious events like the Astronautics Business Jet Symposium in Munich, and currently he's on an adventure with his fiancée, enjoying and exploring the world. Yes, the floor is yours.
This one is working. Perfect. So, really glad to be here today and to be kind of time traveling back to the times when I was an active member of EUROAVIA, and I'm glad that Peter, one of my friends from back there, joined me, and we kind of can relive our memories and give you today the perspective of my personal career, looking back to what I've experienced in my maybe not so traditional aerospace engineering career, and hopefully also a gala dinner where I'm really happy to talk with you about what you think about your future, and if this is kind of similar to how I've experienced my past now, looking back. And Udaya, it was great to hear all the points you were making, and I hope you paid attention because I will repeat a lot of what you said in my presentation. Because for me, now looking back, I figured out that basically there are three things which are important for your professional success. The first one is you have to know yourself. You really have to understand how you tick and how this will help you further your qualifications and become successful in your career. Only when you know yourself, then you can really grow yourself and define what you want to achieve, who you want to become over the course of your career. Now you can already start that, not while already working, but even still while you're at university. Professional success, you have to be professional. This is something you already practice and do on a daily basis, especially when you're working at EUROAVIA, when you organize an event like this. Always excel in what you're doing, be professional, and this will be something that is kind of a basic. Everybody expects that, but if you look around, actually a lot of people don't really do that. When you look around, a lot of things happen that are unprofessional. So I would say if you want to have success in your professional life, act professional. So that's kind of a little deeper. To know yourself, you have to. And as Udaya said, this is not so easy to figure out who you are. And if you want to go one step further, you even can think about who do you want to be, who do you want to become after you have graduated and when you started your professional career. For me, personally, this was kind of on a scale from being an introvert and being an extrovert. Some people I had known before, I would say was a lot shy, and I had this very pivotal moment in my career, or in my university life, where I was coming back from an internship. I was working in Switzerland for an internship, and I was applying for a flat in Switzerland. I was trying to get a job, but I didn't get the apartment. And he told me about this awesome job he had where he was doing factory tours at the Porsche plant and where he was guiding a variety of different people through the plant. And I thought to myself, that sounds like a really awesome opportunity to work at such a recognized company and to learn something, to do something you were afraid of before. And that was a moment where I decided, okay, I want to take that challenge, I want to become someone else. I want to change from, is this working? Yes. I want to change from being an introvert to get out there and expose myself to challenges and become more of an extrovert. What else is there? What's your personality type? We've got that before. You have to figure out who you are on all kinds of different levels. And we talked about that during lunch. Are you more like an aerospace tech nerd who wants to really dive deep into a technical engineering solution or into a technical problem to develop a solution? Or are you more of someone with the big picture view, someone who is more interested into how all the things work together? So again, it's on a scale between being a specialist and a generalist. And for myself, I started as a specialist. After graduating, I worked at Wiesmann, the company I'm still working for, and I started in the lab. I was a systems engineer, and that was the job I was doing. How did I get the job? I was working, or I was studying in Japan, another similarity. So I was in Japan, and Wiesmann was looking for a liaison in their project with Panasonic, a big Japanese company. So that's how I got that job, and there I started working as a specialist in the lab. Pretty quickly I realized this is not really who I am or what I enjoy doing. I did my job maybe for a year, then I hired an intern, and after 2 months, the intern was doing my job, and I realized, this cannot really be it for me. I want more, and I, again, became or turned into the extrovert, and I talked to my boss and said, hey, I want more, what can we do? And that was basically then also the first step for me to turn from a specialist more into a generalist. So after my job at this at the lab as assistant engineer, I started to work in our digital business unit, where I was able to work very closely with the owner of the company, and it was a part where we introduced the digital transformation and a lot of cultural transformation in the company, where I was working with lots of different people in the company, grew a big network, and then for the next job opportunity, they asked me if I wanted to move to North America, and I became the director of engineering there, and was working for 5 years in the US and Canada, and brought basically the market perspective of the North American market back to Germany, where our production sites were. What else do you have to know about yourself? How do you want to work? We've heard a lot about COVID today that influenced us already working. I think it influenced you as students even more on your expectations of how you want to work in the future. You can also ask yourself where do you want to live. I've talked to people who said, well, we're in Turkey right now, maybe for my master's or for an internship, I want to go abroad, explore the world a bit more. I can only encourage that. Do as much of traveling and experiencing the world as you can to learn and to get insights, again, from different cultures and from, just what else is out there. Also, what is your lifestyle? Like, do you like to get up in the morning, get into a car or on the metro, drive to your job, do your 9 to 5, get home, or do you want to be traveling while you work? Do you want to work from home? What is your lifestyle? And think about and be aware of how this is important to be happy when you work. So, again, I would put that on a scale of startup to corporation, where you can think about, well, do I want to work at a big company like Porsche, where I started to work, where I applied after I graduated. Fortunately, I didn't get the job, I have to say, because I decided not to work with a startup, but Viessmann is a smaller Germany middle-sized company, and that was a company where I had much more opportunities than I would have had if I would have started a big brand like Porsche, like Airbus. And that is something you should also consider. Do you want to be developing that nut for the next 5 years, or do you want to go to a smaller company, and do you really want to make a difference? And maybe also think about that, be a bit egoistic, and think about your personal skill sets. When you go to Airbus, there is much more competition, and for you to be successful there is much more difficult than when you go to a smaller, maybe a less known brand and start your career there. When I started at Viessmann, I was already speaking better English than all my superiors up to the CTO. That was just my luck, but that led me on my journey within the company, which would have never been possible if I would have started at Porsche. So just here, for me, I started at Viessmann, which was a big corporation, but I learned to enjoy more of the startup culture when I was working in the digital business unit of Viessmann, and when they sent me to North America to work there, it was like I was running my own startup over there. I had my own team, I could make my own decisions, and I was really not dependent on the big corporation back in Germany. Now let's get a little deeper in order to know yourself, you have to know your personality, what are your values, what excites you, what are you passionate about, but you should also know what frustrates you, what do you not want to do in your professional life. And also know what makes you happy, because that's what gets you out of bed in the morning to go to work. So this is multidimensional. I was able to put that on a scale from 0 to 1, and that's something you have to figure out for yourselves. So now that we've gone through that lesson, we've learned about ourselves, or I hope I was able to encourage you to do that. Now you can start to really grow yourself. So know your strengths, know your weaknesses, but maybe that's a bit counterintuitive. Develop your strengths. Do not develop and work on your weaknesses. I think that's a waste of time. Nobody at a company wants someone who is like everybody else, who's bad at everything but not really good at something. I was in this training seminar where the guy said, become a superhero. Really know what you're good at, work on what you're good at, and this is your USP, your unique selling performance. Really something you can go to a company and apply and say, this is what I'm good at, and this is how I will contribute and make your company successful, more successful. Also, a question of personality, but from my perspective, to have success in your professional career is you have to be motivated, you have to be driven, you have to be really stand out. Be proactive, we've heard that already this morning. Be bold, make bold decisions, like really go to your boss, make a suggestion, again, stand out. Also have an opinion. Also, if it's not a popular opinion. I can remember one situation where I was presenting something in our lab at Wiesmann. The general manager came to visit, and I was explaining what we were doing and what that product was all about. And he asked me something, or a statement, and I said, no. And I kind of pushed back a little bit and said, well, I don't think you quite understood what I was saying or what my intentions were. And I kind of got into an argument, but I was bold, and I said, things are maybe a bit different than you just understood. And after that conversation, one of my more senior colleagues approached me and said, Lukas, are you crazy? This was the general manager, so you can't say no to him. He doesn't like that. But that was wrong, because after that, that was maybe the trigger point for my career at the company, because he saw I'm not one of those people who always say yes and kind of do what we think he expects, because I gave him a different perspective. Yeah, how else can you grow yourself? And this is now where basically we as EUROAVIA come back in. Use the soft skills trainings that are available. That is really something to help you learn about yourself. You can do all kinds of different personality tests to professionally be guided through finding out what your values are, what you're good at, what you're not so good at, what you're passionate about. I can only encourage you to do that as soon as possible to kind of have your personal success compass in your pocket, which you can always take out and look at when there is a decision to be made. Practice and play. Like, use an event like this as practice and say, well, let's try to be or pretend we are in a professional situation right now, and let's make the best event we've ever had. Just like Stephan mentioned this morning when he was telling us about, it was a hypersonic business jet workshop or something where you said that afterwards the industry participants said that this was a really amazing and perfectly organized event. This is what I would say should always be the aspiration when you invite, when you're collaborating with Airbus and other big companies. Make this as professional as possible. Yeah, and then another thing, experience luck on your journey, at least from your perspective. Like when I was young and I was moving through the company and had all those career steps, I thought, man, I was lucky that I got that job. And then there was the next promotion, and I thought, wow, I'm so lucky that I got that job, that I was here at the right place at the right time. But now, when I'm looking back and when I'm telling you all those things about how I learned about myself, how I kind of drew myself and did a lot of personal development and kind of decided who I wanted to become in my professional career, not only I realized that, also my colleagues, the HR department of the company, my supervisor, they realized that I'm the old guy, that I'm the one who makes decision challenges the status quo, and it wasn't luck. It was just, I was sticking out my head, and someone saw it, and I thought it was luck, but it was just kind of now, when I say know yourself, grow yourself, it was part of the plan, basically. Just one side note, I was working in Japan with Panasonic, and there was a similar conversation we had, and there someone said engineers or people there are trained like, when you stick out your head, you shouldn't do that because it will be chopped off. So always be context aware when you stick out your head. Third one, and last one, act professionally to have success professionally. This might sound a bit basic, what I'm going to talk about now, but from my experience, this is something I still see in my professional environment, where I get an email, a phone call, where I see a fellow engineer doing a presentation, where I think, well, that wasn't really professional. So, first thing, what I already did, again, what I practiced and what I played with when I was at university, when I was at EUROAVIA, become an organization maniac. Like really keep an always up-to-date calendar with all your personal, with all your professional or student activities. You don't want to miss an important due date of something in your student or personal life, and you absolutely don't want to miss something in your professional life. Have a proper filing system available. So when you're at work, when your boss approaches you and says, well, I have a question on the data set you showed me 3 days ago, and can you just give me a quick rundown on some of the numbers? You should know where those numbers are. You can't scramble around for 5-10 minutes and say, well, I just can't remember where I put that. That's unprofessional. Really know what you're doing and have a proper filing system in place. Next step, have a to-do app, or again, you can also say in a more professional context, do proper project management. But again, you can already practice that in your personal life, in your EUROAVIA life. And there are so many projects in life that have helped me tremendously to stay on top of all those things and get things done. Another one is become a top-class communicator. Give outstanding presentations. Really something that you should practice, that when you know where I'm coming from. I was not enjoying what I'm doing right now when I was much younger. So I can only encourage you to practice again this as early as possible, because you also asked me, can you present that, what you told me yesterday in our next board meeting? And this shouldn't be your first presentation when you're invited to give the board of the company you're working with a compelling presentation. Write one and done emails. This is something I really hate at work. When someone sends you an email and half the information is missing, and you have to go back and forth 3 times until you actually figure out what this other person wants from you. That's something I can only encourage you to practice. Send one email, think in the feet of the receiver, and give them whatever they want to know, everything they need to know, and you don't have to get a question back where they say, well, I didn't understand what you wanted. And the third one, I don't think it's really important in this classroom today, but become proficient in a foreign language. I would recommend English because it's maybe the language of the world. Others might say maybe it's better to now start to study Chinese or another language, but for me it was English. I can only emphasize that this is the language you will be speaking a lot in a professional life context. When I was a student, I switched my computer, my phone to English. I started watching only English movies, no German dub movies anymore, and that's something which not only kind of made watching the movie experience better, because all this dub German is just stupid. You really learn to get to know the original language of the actors, which makes a big difference. Yeah, so that comes or brings me to the end of my presentation. We've learned that it's important to know yourself so that you can grow yourself. And I would say, enjoy the journey of acting professionally, doing this in your daily life already now, and then I have no doubt that you will also have success professionally. Thank you. And I know, or you all know, because it's in the agenda, that we will now have a panel discussion where we will dive even deeper, but of course when you have some personal or other questions, we can do that now.
It's just a quick one. For the to-do list, it's a technicality actually. What deadline would you recommend for setting a to-do list? Because it can be overwhelming to have 25 things open and then you close the day and it's 23:59. You have to clean all of them or push them back to the next day. What would you recommend? What is a realistic recommend?
For me, that's just work in progress. Like, I'm still struggling with that. For me, it's not about having the right due date. For me, it's I follow the getting things done philosophy by David Allen, who kind of says you have to use this to-do list app as your external brain. There's so much going on in the world, you can't keep everything in your head. That's why I use an external system, a system I trust, where I have all my ongoing things in it, and then what I typically do is put the due date then when I need to be reminded that something is happening. So for example, for the birthday of my godchild, it's like maybe a month before the actual birthday, so I have time to think about buying something, packing it, shipping it, and that it arrives on time. Sometimes I miss that, and 3 days before I order something on Amazon, send it to her and it's still successful, so yeah. That's
Thanks. Let's have maybe one more question.
Yeah.
So the question is, it's also with regards to organizing yourself in time, etc. Would you rather have like big milestones, like I have this objective, I do this, or would you rather divide it in smaller tasks to facilitate your
Yeah, that's something I started with, I don't know, maybe when I was still early in university, where I kind of developed, I think it was even an analogy to aerospace, because they said start with a 30,000 feet perspective, and then go down from there. So what I'm still doing on a yearly basis, I have like an Excel sheet where I fill out for certain categories of my life what I would like to achieve in those certain areas. And then I break it down monthly, and then I kind of look at that list on a weekly basis and say, what can I do to kind of get ahead in those certain areas.
Alrighty, thank you so very much, Lukas. And now, as you prepared this for, there will be a panel discussion. So there's going to be a panel discussion regarding, again, key qualification for professional success and continuation of the presentation given right now. Participants in this panel discussion will be Lukas, of course, Gouskos, and MaraAlessandra, sorry, and EUROAVIA. It will be moderated by Nathnael of Cédric fame. He has been in love with aerospace for almost all our life, really. A couple of years ago, I studied aerospace engineering at TUM, the Technische Universiteit. Thank you. He's always been doing a lot of different voluntary student projects, who's led him to become the president of München in 2022. Since then, one of the main targets of EUROAVIA has been aesthetic growth in members. They're offering weekly events, and I think this has been successful so far. So, yes.
So let me start introducing the members of this podium discussion. We'll start with Dimitris Gouskos, lead non-linear limitless engineer at Airbus, formerly founder and president of EUROAVIA from 2005 to 2008, and international board president in 2008 and 2009. Currently, I see he's a partner trying to explore the roots of history and running his horizon. I guess we'll talk during the podium discussion what this actually means. Welcome to the discussion, and feel free to sit down. MaraAlessandra is a third-year aerospace engineer with bachelor's degrees and is deeply passionate about space and air traffic management, and an active member of EUROAVIA Bucharest. She has been to various international events, has done international working groups, led some of them. She has served as a business relations backup coordinator and member of the group in Bali 22 to 23, and now advocates strongly at international events, emphasizing on opportunities as a soft skills trainer to recognize the importance of these skills of students in life and career development, aspiring to empower individuals to make informed decisions about their future paths. Feel free to sit down as well. Thank you for joining. And well, that guy you already know, probably. He is called and was first involved with EUROAVIA Munich as a president, and was a coordinator of the ETS working group, the AS working group, and at the same time he's currently the international board president of EUROAVIA, which may surprise some of you now. And he's studying aerospace engineering and focused on flight control with 1 year left in the graduation, and of course he combines passion with competence, as we all know about him. Also with you. Probably heard a lot about you, but I'd just quickly like to run down again what's in here. You were solution line owner at ABC for Wismar Climate Solutions and member of EUROAVIA Stuttgart. And also about you, we already heard before that you are currently embracing a pivotal life change and are currently on a gap year and traveling around the world with your fiancé.
Not quite yet, just to clarify that we will start in July, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Close enough. So thank you all for joining. I'd like to get started on this topic of key qualifications and success in aerospace by asking the question all around what for everybody of you. And this question is kind of how has EUROAVIA, if so, I obviously know it has, at some point changed the pathway in your careers. And I'd like to get started with you, Dimitris, because, like I said before, you are president of ASRW, and would you say this has helped you in your career, or would you see this as a way where your life has changed in a career-wise way?
Thank you so much. Indeed, it was a life-changing procedure because it came out of a simple idea when I joined the university, the Technical University of Athens. I used to study at the University of Patras, so EUROAVIA was established there. So when I moved to Athens, there was no local group, so I thought, okay, it would be a good chance to proceed with something similar. So practically, I had to proceed with all the stages of recruiting members because I didn't know anybody from the fellow union mates. Learned the process. I was no lawyer, but I had to write the statutes. So back then, EUROAVia Stuttgart helped me to give a draft of their statutes. EUROAVia Belgrade did the same thing, that reference. And then on my right hand was the civil law, because the statutes are based on that law. I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer. I had to make sure about the financial sustainability of the association. And I'm not a finance person, so I had to know about the tax law, what that's a non-governmental, non-profit organization literally means. So it was a very holistic input I received. Do I apply it in my current role in testing where we will fail in content strategy? No. Practically no. The short answer is no. But it gave me an overview to know how things work at the larger scale, in big companies, in small companies, because I've been in both ends professionally. And I can definitely say that it has not been a waste of time, by all means. It was a very fruitful procedure. Inevitably, it cost me a year of my studies. Sometimes you need to get full throttle in one direction. Compromises are not ideal, but I wouldn't take it back.
And like we said already, like Stephan said earlier this morning, sometimes wasting a year of your life can be worth it, and I hope that wasn't for you. Mara, you're next. You have spent a lot of time and dedication on EUROAVia and your studies, so you have not yet had the experience of actually joining a company or being on the job market. However, I think you still had probably some changes in your career through EUROAVia, and I was wondering whether there's anything which may have shifted your interests, which is connected to EUROAVia.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, as I said, I didn't have the chance to have a job opportunity until now, but I think I can share a story about how I became so involved in EUROAVia and how EUROAVia helped me change my path, let's say. So I became a member of EUROAVia Bucharest because I knew that they are doing a lot of technical activities, technical workshops, and I wanted to improve my technical skills. And then little by little I realized that in EUROAVia Bucharest you have a lot of soft skills opportunities, a lot of soft skills trainings. We organized an event, the EMEAC, and through that EMEAC I made contact with the international side of EUROAVia, and later on became more active and joined a lot of working groups, go to different international events. Through these international events, I went also to some trainings, some soft skills trainings. I became a soft skills trainer at the TNT last year, and I realized that through all this experience that I participated in, actually I had the opportunity to put in practice what I've learned through those trainings, soft skills trainings. And so you can get a better understanding of where I want to go with this. Last year, I applied for an ESA training about spacecraft communications, and I was very sure that I couldn't make it because I didn't have, from my point of view, enough technical experience. But then I was accepted, and later on I discovered that maybe I was accepted because of my motivation to help others, and because of my soft skills experience. And some people already confirmed that. And so this soft skills experience really helped me a lot.
Well, thank you for that. So, well, then we get over to you, Lukas. Since we already got to know so much about you right now, I'm going to ask you a bit of a different question. It's still aimed at whether there may have been a change in your career path about that. And I think you also mentioned in your talk to kind of try to to try new things, and I think this is exactly what we often do at the international events. And therefore, I wanted to ask you whether I got a long list of international events you attended, and I think it was like 4, 5, 6, 7 events or something like that. I'm not too sure which exactly it were. But I was wondering, did this maybe also have an effect on your career?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can still very vividly remember my first participation of an international event. I'm not sure if it was actually the first one, maybe there was a fly-in or something more casual, but the FOBO in Zagreb was an event where for the first time I was really participating and where something was developed and where we were kind of thinking about how to develop EUROAVIA further. And there were some Dutch colleagues from EUROAVIA, and their English was way superior than mine back then. And we were having a discussion, and I was trying to make a point, and kind of got into an argument with this guy from the Netherlands, and I think he didn't beat me because his idea was better, he beat me because his language and his conversational skills were better than mine. And that's something where I realized, okay, to really be able to get things done and achieve something, you have to be able to speak and talk and communicate about the things that are important in that conversation. And that was something that, again, kind of comes back to introvert, extrovert, and how I maybe in that moment decided that I have to become better at that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be, I didn't think I want to be successful, and that's why I want to do it. I just want to be like happy or satisfied with myself in that moment that I was able to get my point across.
Okay, so one of the most important things for you was FOBO. We'll keep it in mind for later. And I'll be handing over to Elia then. Because, well, I kind of know you for some time, and I can imagine that there's something which is not the ID, which has also had a big influence on your life career-wise. Because I got the feeling that we may be there together.
Yes, indeed. That was during the beginning of the, well, right in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I received an email, a phone call from a guy whose name I'd never heard, but who turned out to be one of the founders of EUROAVIA. And he said he's growing this company right now, and he needs some young talent to join. And I disseminated that call, that job opportunity through EUROAVIA Munich, and I saw this guy Yannis apply. I thought, well, I kind of want to do it too. And I applied to, we both interviewed, and we both ended up working at the company together for 2 years. And I think not only the job itself, but also the exposure to the kind of people that worked in that company has been pivotal, and it's been a great experience, an experience that came through EUROAVIA, but that is not necessarily EUROAVIA itself.
Well, thank you. So, at the end of your talk, you recommended to everybody to develop as many FOBOs and TNTs as possible. We have just the right person here to advocate this point even further than but before we get a bit deeper on that, I'd kind of like to ask you to give everybody a quick reminder what an actually FOBO or TNT means and what it is about.
Okay, so it was mentioned regarding the TNT, I think it was mentioned in the morning. So the TNT comes from training of trainers, and it's basically an international event that EUROAVIA has in order to train members to become EUROAVIA substitute trainers. It's an event where you have to apply, and there is a selection for you to get there, and you receive trainings delivered by trainers from ETS or external trainers, and they help you become self-aware. trainer. And regarding the FOBO comes from formation workshop. It's basically an international event that we have for both members with experience or without experience, and we organize it in order to make them be better versions of themselves and be more aware as human beings. And a fun fact, this year, the past year, I was a trainer together with Leo at the FOBO in Athens, and something interesting that we approached this year was to deliver 1 day full of training regarding vision, and values for EUROAVIA members, and it was quite eye-opening, I would say.
Do you also have an idea of what kind of beliefs would be especially important for companies or aerospace companies? What kind of soft skills?
Okay, I think that all the trainings that we are doing, like all the soft skills trainings that we are delivering, regarding project management, time management, communication, all the trainings are equally important because they help you improve your skills also for EUROAVIA, but for the future career. But I think that some trainings that might be important for a company are also regarding to empathy and emotional intelligence, I would say.
Dimitris, do you have any soft skills or hard skills that you think will be additionally very important to students?
So the hard skills is very subjective. It depends on the field of expertise one would like to be devoted to. So that's a very vague to answer. In the numerical analysis, that's my field. There's an introduction of machine learning, AI, like you mentioned before. Aerospace industry is very conservative by principle. We don't have so much test data to train properly our models, so we need to use surrogate models. So that's an area of expertise that the numerical analysis sector leads towards. In terms of soft skills, again, it depends on the professional environment. The structure of a company like Bosch, Airbus, Siemens is way different than of a company of, say, 250 employees. Airbus is called its matrix dominating. Those who do people's management, they know what it means. So practically, soft skill would be stakeholder management. You're not reporting to your line manager, but to the key stakeholders of a program, which would be the manufacturing, the test guys, the stress analysis guys, which, of course, their interest is not in line. They might be very diverse. And that, of course, includes people's management indirectly, very good awareness of yourself, like Lukas mentioned earlier, and to really conquer your activity. So it's also professionalism and awareness of the topic you're dealing with. So I would say, if you would like one to serve as a soft skill, I would say stakeholder management, then includes all the subordinates.
Lukas, I first wanted to ask you the same question as well, but I kind of rethought that after seeing your presentation. I think what would be more interesting is that you describe yourself, or you try to be as generalistic as possible. I think it's always interesting to ask generalists what they think important skills are, especially, well, let's talk about the hard skills side again, even though I think you really put a lot of value on soft skills like speaking. But I think it would be interesting to know what you think could be interesting to learn as a generalist.
I always get those extra questions, that's not fair. Well, I'll repeat what I said earlier. Know yourself to grow yourself and find your superhero capability. So I think it's different for every person. But you asked me, and I said I'm more of a generalist. I think two very good points were already made. You will, whenever you proceed in your career, you will not shared vision for the company or for the business unit or for the specific project you're working on. So maybe my suggestion would be maybe leadership. And it's a lot related to stakeholder management, but leadership in terms of, in my whole career, I never had many employees right in my team, but still I was working on maybe not billion, but hundreds of thousands of euros projects because I was a coordinator. I was an interdisciplinary person who was working, as I said earlier, with the North American market, with our customers, with manufacturing in Germany, with, again, stakeholder management, with our board, with our heads of engineering. I was working with our app and software development teams in Poland, and I was always like the middleman. The nickname one of my employees gave me was "I'm the mayor," because he traveled with me to Germany once, and I was guiding, or I was walking with him through the company, and it took us sometimes hours to get from one meeting room to another because I was shaking all the hands, and I knew so many people. And to be successful, you have to have a strong network, and in order to get things done. Sometimes it's not, in aerospace engineering or in aerospace companies with lots of rules, it's different. But I realized that I was the most successful in those projects where I didn't really follow our project management guidelines, where I was taking a shortcut here and doing something differently there, because I realized that makes me and the mission and the company more successful.
Well, we've talked a lot about the TT before as well, and while talking to you lately, you often mentioned one idea to actually, going to a football or to a TT is very helpful for yourself, but there's one step that was going to be even more helpful for you, and I guess it would be probably to tell other people that you were there and to kind of do something about that. Maybe you would like to tell us a bit more about the vision you had in the 5-year plan regarding that.
Yes, exactly. We'll have a chance to look at the 5-year plan a little bit closer in a couple of minutes anyways, but there's one thing that we realized is really necessary. And if you look at the classical CV, the classical job requirement, it has standard elements that are on there. And then it lists like a gazillion things that you should be able to do. Like you should do this, you should be able to code in this programming language, that also, and this as well. And then maybe it's a logical or and not a logical and, but you cannot read that out of the job requirement. And the person that read the job, that wrote the job requirement, wrote it in a rush. And maybe the person interviewing you didn't read or write it directly. So this CV job requirement matching, that was something that we both received feedback was challenging for companies to hire students, but also for students to find job opportunities. And then on the other side, it just isn't so, it doesn't have the whole scope of a person. So one thing that, or one idea that we started to develop and that we're trying to get on the map is we currently the work titled the HR Initiative, where we try to build a candidate profile of both hard skills and soft skills, and where great activities, but also other extracurricular activities can flow into that candidate profile to shape it and to make that a matching basis to standardized job requirements.
Well, Dimitris, you were president of EFANS back then. How would you have liked to have such a database as a tool to probably also go to companies and then recommend or give better recommendations for students?
So back then was we knew from the very first days that the effort we put in as founding members would not be so much rewarding to ourselves, but if this initiative succeeded, it will be rewarding to the next, hopefully, generations of students. Saying that, we try to maintain a very good archive, which I personally keep it also myself as a backup, just in case if needed something. Actually, we exchanged a few data a couple of weeks ago with the currently students who run the association. And indeed, we try to maintain a database of contacts. Of course, that needs to be updated. Not so much to contact them specifically, but to illustrate the mentality of working. So to build up a work ethic towards that direction. And the new generations, given the fact that there might be generation gaps in EUROAVIA, that's something quite frequent, we wanted to ensure that if the next generation has access to our drives and see what has been built up, not to have to reinvent the wheel. And maybe the database contacts may not be valid, might be broken links, but they know what to seek for. So we try to see some years ahead of our time in order to ensure continuity, which was, and it is, and still is, the big ask for EUROAVIA in general.
I can really relate to the statement of passing the board over to the next board because you have been busy writing a very important document, which I think was sitting for a long time here, which tells you how you can easily onboard a new board, and also for us the community was a big topic last year to actually find a way to preserve the knowledge and not have every board start all over again. To kind of finish up, I'm kind of pressurizing you again now, because I'd like to have the first answer which comes to your mind, because that's probably the leaders one about the question, because that's probably the one which helps us the most in the future of thinking about new events, or which things we may want to put another focus on in soft skills. And I would start with Julian. If there was one experience or skill or workshop you could add to EUROAVIA, what would that be? Or you would like to see in your career?
I think one of the things that EUROAVIA struggles to have just by its organizational structure is cohesion between those that make the decisions. Nowadays with Teams meetings, it's easier. But I heard the statement today before that you can work together online, but you cannot inspire online. And I think you can also hardly find ideas online. We really tried, and I think we were kind of successful. But there was one thing where formation through trainings, through discussions would be helpful, and I think it would be the work coordinators. The coordinators of the work groups having a workshop together that is training them, and that is building the team, and that is facilitating the discussions and bringing up ideas.
Lukas, Prieto.
I would say not necessarily a new kind of event, or I would say apply feedback to all your events, and don't make it like feedback everybody's going to be afraid of. Make it playful and just say, okay, maybe coming back to the back essentially to say, hey, maybe from my perspective, I'd like to challenge all of you today. I gave a presentation. Who's brave enough tonight to come up to me and tell me what I did well and what I could improve on my presentation? I'll talk to you separately. Yeah, so feedback. And really, everybody has their unique perspective, and when you're doing something, again, perception of others is something that is very important. And maybe that's something you can incorporate into all of your events. When you, the president, is giving a presentation and he's writing an email and you think, this is not right, or I would have done this differently because, and I have a suggestion on how to improve it. Why not approach him and make that suggestion? And both giving and receiving feedback is a skill, as we again heard from Udaya before, which is very
seems to be.
Okay, so we know that there is this big gap between students' life and professional life, and I think that we could bring them closer and diminish this gap by having trainings done by companies for students. And I know we already started something like that for Future and Beyond, but maybe even more trainings that the company's representatives think there are needed for students to know. I'm talking about soft skills trainings and maybe also technical trainings, but you can let me know what you think about this idea later on.
And Dimitris, you got the hard task of being the last one, so everybody is expecting you to perform now. But that's what makes it so hard always.
Yeah, from my side, what I remember with great fun was the design workshop. It was not the most popular event, but I think it was a great achievement made by EUROAVIA International because it bonded industry, academia, and EUROAVIA was the heart of people that role. If any of the, say, older fellows here can remember the numbers of applications that were received for a FOC, for a DIVO, which was a 3 weeks long event, normally hosted at the university. So it was, as shown earlier, University of Delft with ESA, in University of Milano with Assilhan. There was also one more in the University of Sheffield with Rolls-Royce. And I think that included everything. I know it might be a bit hard to get, but the benefit for the EUROAVIA itself, its members, the development was not solely technical. Someone did the project management, someone took the leadership, someone was devoted on wing failure or whatever else. So it was very holistic, and I think maybe with the words I try, we'll try much more in the future.
Okay, so thank you all a lot for joining this discussion today, and hope we had some interesting insights in that. Pass it over to Stephan again.
I believe we're extremely tight on time. Maybe one question max, if we can afford it. Otherwise, we'll close. So, any question? Room for one question only. Anybody? No? Okay. These guys are on the votes. Okay. So, we talk about the past. We talk about the current. Now it's time to talk about the future. And presenting will be EUROAVIA, the current president of the International Board of EUROAVIA.
Okay, I had a presentation, and I'm not going to use it. That presentation was not designed for 30 minutes, which was my original slot, and I might not have held it anyways. So I'm going to do without the presentation. Now, I want to build on the points that have been made by Udaya and Lukas. And know yourself to grow yourself as a motto has been something that we needed to do for EUROAVIA as well. Vicky, she presented the challenges. She presented some of the difficulties that EUROAVIA has faced, some of them brought by COVID, some of them probably already inherently existed in the organization before COVID that just did not come to the surface yet. Now, COVID was difficult and it brought everything to the surface. So afterwards and during COVID, we had the time and the luxury to think about some of these things, to think about solutions to the problems. And in our Congress in Bremen in 2023 in April, the International Board at the time proposed to do a 5-year plan. And to be honest, my first thought was, we're not in a socialist government in the 80s, what do we need that for? But then I remembered Mattia was at the IB. I wasn't at the Congress for his election or for the acceptance of his business plan. I don't remember what Mattia wanted to do. I remember Mattia, I remember that his presence in international events inspired me to go to international events and to be more active. But I do not remember what his IB aimed to do. And I did not remember the year after that, or the year after that. I only remember the immediate international boards that were before me, and that was Vicky, and Vicky before that, with, of course, Francesca and the other. Yes, of course. Now, the 5-year plan now gave us the opportunity to write a document that allows us to not only refer to the business plan of the past year, but it allows us to draw a trajectory that goes a little bit further in the future. And we started the meetings, we opened a task force, we tried to make it as representative as possible. And we had up to 15, sometimes more people in those meetings, and we discussed what are the problems of EUROAVIA, what are possible solutions to EUROAVIA. We heard before today also that it was the Obama video that we actually weren't able to listen to. There's a lot of people that are good at describing problems, but there's not many that are good at giving a solution and saying, I want to work on that. And that's something that I think that task force really did well. Now, we had a first meeting. That was very open. We didn't really get that far. We scheduled the second one. That ended in a fight. We didn't really get along that well. We had different approaches. There were some people that thought EUROAVIA as a technical organization. EUROAVIA needs to be technical. It needs to go back to that core. There were other people that said EUROAVIA is for personal and career development. It can be technical, but that doesn't have to be. And all of those people from different groups, different backgrounds, different goals within EUROAVIA, they got together and we dug deeper. We dug deeper and we dug deeper. And every single meeting we arrived at a level below the one before. And maybe meeting 7 or meeting 8, I had just had a conversation with that same founder of EUROAVIA Munich, my home local group. And during that meeting, he asked me, okay, Lynn, what do you think the mission of EUROAVIA is? And Corbin, the name of that guy, vision and mission of EUROAVIA important. So that's something that guides, that's something that instilled the belief in EUROAVIA for him. And that's something that I resonated with. And I gave an answer. It was probably a good answer. Above average, I might say. But then, I went to the next meeting, the beginning of the meeting, I thought of that answer, and I was doubtful that more than 50% of the rest would agree. So, instead of saying what my answer has been, I asked, okay, what do you guys do? And in the end, everybody said something, and it fit together. It fit together, but it was not something that we had formulated. So, some of the contemporary challenges that have been formulated by Vicky, some of the things that have been formulated by Elia and the organization of passive EUROAVIA, we try to formulate something as a vision of EUROAVIA that is that we carry on, that we can unite most of EUROAVIA under, and developing the future leaders of aerospace, in aerospace and beyond. That is something that the vision of EUROAVIA has always been. Has been the vision in 1959, has been the vision in 1989, just not always have we formulated it that way. So, from that statement that we had then done, we were able to go back upstairs. We were better able to describe the problems, we were better able to propose solutions, and we came up with a plan. And I'm going to send the 5-year plan in the group of the alumni and the group of the participants, because I'm sure not everybody has read it. And it's a 20-page document, and it might not even have the whole scope of everything that we can do. However, I think there are some ideas that were in 1 year, there's a new idea, maybe I don't even know the person that's going to be elected. I think that this plan is good enough for that person to look into the plan, see an idea and pick it. Say, this is, I agree with it. It inspires me, I want to pick it, I want to do it. And the HR initiative, that is one option. But we've also been recently in touch with the European Commission on the topic of education in space. There's a huge lack in this, the 10% average growth in space that cannot be sustained with people that Europe produces that want to work in space. We think of aerospace engineers that are going into space. We saw the numbers that Barlet presented earlier. There is a lack of people that want to go into space. There's a lack of skill of people that want to go into space. And we think of that as aerospace, but suddenly now we need transversal skills. We need electrical engineers, we need software developers. And that's all things that we might not even learn in our study programs. So I think it's time for us to think EUROAVIA as less of a place that unites people from a common background. It is something that unites people for a common goal. We want to contribute to aerospace. We want to contribute to people developing in an aerospace background. And we're doing quite well with that. Now, the European Commission has been quite happy with us as an organization representing students in all of Europe. Maybe that is a path that we can go towards. We can go through the grant option, we can go through regional initiatives that the Commission does. We can do a whole bunch of different things. Now, 2 weeks ago, well actually 1 week ago, I was at another conference, and at that other conference, we signed an MOU with the organization that hosted the conference. And on my way to signing that document with the Director General, that was maybe, I don't know, that distance up there. So not long. And during that time, he asked me, okay, what are the outputs of EUROAVIA? How do you measure how successful EUROAVIA is? And I gave him an answer. I think, again, it was good, maybe above average. But again, I think now we have a new question that we can circle around. How do we measure what we do? How do we measure how good we do it? Because we do a lot. And I think getting one more person to participate, getting one more event that we can fit into our calendars somewhere, just squeezing it in there, left or right, maybe that will not really improve EUROAVIA as an association, will not improve or enhance the opportunities that we deliver to our members and the value proposition that we give to industry and academia. So I think it's time for us to be confident that EUROAVIA is on the path, that EUROAVIA has been open, that EUROAVIA now is going into different directions, into working on different goals, and that we, well, recognize the value that we already create and measure that and try to formulate that as well as we can, both as a value proposition to our members and then to potential partners. And yeah, with that, I will cut it and could go on and on. You can ask me a couple of questions here, maybe 2 or 3, or we do that later on the post. And yes, one thing that I was told also, because now I'm here, and I can do this very visually, please give the feedback. I will just target myself and just shoot it at us, okay? I'm saying this for myself right now. Please, if there's anything that you want to change, if there's anything that you need us to know, if there's anything we're helpful, that we're going in the right direction, then please voice that. There should be a hot wire to us if it's necessary. Okay? Thank you. Well, give us a topic. on stage here and in the discussion of coffee breaks or both or whatever it is, but trust me, it is going to be in the event agenda. That topic will be discussed, but we can also bring it up here. I do think that in the candidates' presentations, we're also going to have a deeper look at that. But yeah, it remains a challenge. I'm not saying that we have found the solution yet, but we are steps further than we were 2 years ago.
I think it was one more question we had. Yes. Right, so a couple of questions here. Oh.
So, very nice order, please. One question, we as alumni, how can we report this? As I don't know, you're not still an alumni, but we are highly attached to this idea of EUROAVIA, and myself, I want to give continuously back in the EUROAVIA context without the other organizations that are found, and so how can we still be part of this?
Okay, so I mean, of course, we have some of the programs that are ongoing. We have the mentoring program, for example. We have well, alumni activities, as rare as they might be sometimes. The Alumni Association, as we know it right now, will most likely not continue to function that way. So there's going to be change, and it is going to be more in the EUROAVIA structure again. If we're going to make a working group, but it's going to be within the organization of EUROAVIA, meaning that the alumni activities are going to be shifted towards an alumni for student activity more so than an alumni for alumni activity, as the vision of the Alumni Association of the
If I may add, it's something that we have been also discussing before, but we always will be, well, we will welcome your feedback, well, my feedback also but not only on the activities that are done, like if you have any idea on how we can improve, just, I believe that I will be more than welcome to receive it. Even don't think that it's another way of thinking, maybe it's old way of thinking from some years ago, it's now again, it's updated, it's up to date, so just please keep this feedback, ideas, and any help that you can provide. Of course, I believe we should build some more structured way to contain all the alumni and make a new, let's say, social gathering, and also networking to alumni and to
Thank you very much.
Alright, so before we leave the room, just FYI, very quickly, we really should be going in the next 5 minutes if we want to actually have these both conversations. So, the students, yes. So the students should really get everything they have and be prepared to move now. So gather up at the entrance. Pass by here to get your t-shirts. Yeah. So. All right. Yeah. T-shirts, LUSTRUM people, LUSTRUM and alumni for now. So yeah, as go